The second game of the afternoon to finish, the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Grandmaster Etienne Bacrot of Pool A. The game is ended in a draw. Etienne, the second French defence you used in the tournament. You don't generally play this defence. Is it a special preparation for the Grand Prix?
No, I sometimes play French because I'm French, so what to do?
Welcome everyone to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, today Hikaru is playing with the white pieces against Etienne Bacrot. Oh, what do you expect from this matchup?
Well, I expect, and hello Benjamin, hello everyone, hello in the chat. I expect a very exciting match. Hikaru yesterday in his interview, he said there is one player in the group we are all going to want to beat, and that player is Etienne Bacrot. He's the lowest rated in the group. And a bit like Hikaru, actually. I mean, Hikaru, he calls himself a streamer these days. I would say that Esipenko and Grischuk are still full-time professionals. Etienne, I feel, and I don't have complete insights, but I think he's doing a lot of things apart from playing. I don't think that Etienne still considers himself, let's say, a full-time professional, if that makes sense.
All right, so I know that he's done a lot of work for MVL.
Yeah.
Is it just like work in the chess world besides playing, or also like other things?
I mean, I think in the chess world, he also has this shop or something. I don't know if it's a shop or like this Alpha Eshek under which he tweets as well. I know, he's worked, as you said, with MVL. He's also, if I'm not mistaken, working with other players. Like I saw that, for example, Parham Maghsoodloo a few months back, or a couple of months back, posted a picture that he was at Etienne's house working with him. So I feel that he's stepping more to that other side of helping other people. But of course, he's still a fantastically strong player. But Hikaru today, if he can win his game, he takes an absolutely huge step towards making it out of this A group.
Indeed, yeah. And we have E4 on the board by Hikaru. I'm curious to see what Etienne will do. I would think that Etienne is just going to stick to the Berlin. I mean, seeing Etienne, growing up, he's always been a Berlin player, so to me it's a bit weird seeing him play stuff like the French or the classical Sicilian, which he played a lot in the World Cup. So I don't know, I still always expect him to play the Berlin, but what are you...
Yeah, I expect today. Yesterday was, as you mentioned, he played the French against Esipenko. Oh, he returns to the French, wow.
Yeah, well, he is French after all, so not too shocking. But I mean, yesterday against Esipenko, he seemed to be getting into some trouble from the very beginning. So I mean, Hikaru definitely must have had some prep cooked up here with Lil Jon.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they have prepared. Okay, so we see knight c3.
Yeah,
and
knight f6 by Bacrot. I guess e5. I guess he's just going into this line, like knight f7 and f4. And Bacrot definitely has to improve somewhere compared to yesterday. By the way, we do have moves in the other game. Grischuk opened up with 1d4, and Esipenko responds with the Nimzo defense. Curious to see what Grischuk will do here. But yeah, the moves are flying in. All pretty standard. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just typing something there. No, so we have moves, and Hikaru... Sorry.
No worries.
I got completely sidetracked. So tell us about this line that Hikaru has chosen against Etienne.
Yeah, so this line of the French, it's one of the main lines. Here there's a lot of things Black can do. Okay? Black can go for a very quick queen b6, so queen b6 here right away, or after trading on d4, then queen b6. And White sometimes gammets his pawn on b2, those are lines. Etienne yesterday played the move a6. Moves like bishop b7 are also possible. Lots of things that Black can do here. So I'm curious to see. I mean, maybe Etienne will stick to his guns, but once again, he seemed to be getting into some trouble yesterday, so he'll definitely need to have an improvement cooked up somewhere.
Are you surprised that he repeated the French?
A little bit, yeah, to be honest. Yeah, because the French, I mean, we don't see too much at the top level. Yeah, I thought he would just play the Berlin and be solid. And actually, Hikaru is doing exactly what Esipenko is doing. So I am very, very curious to see who will be the first one to deviate from yesterday's game.
What do you think it means for Etienne's intentions, the fact that he repeats the French? Do you think he's looking for a combative game for all three results, or?
That could also be the case, but I mean, if you're Etienne, you can always expect a combative game, because like Hikaru said, like all the players want to beat Etienne with white and with black. So Etienne doesn't really have to do the work, so to speak, to get a fighting game. But yeah, I guess it's sort of his main weapon these days. And yeah, they're following the game from yesterday. So bishop c5, queen e2, Hikaru blitzing out everything.
I mean, it's always such an interesting psychological game when they follow, especially a game from just the previous day, and to find out who is going to deviate first. Who's gonna be the one who has a surprise. And so even if you're the player, I guess there's part of you that's like, okay, please don't deviate first. Let me get in my novelty that I've prepared.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Bakrot is thinking right now. So we'll just have to... So let me think. I think yesterday against Esipenko, he played the move castles. And then, let me think. I think the game went something like short castles, long castles, and he traded on d4 with the bishop, and then b5. So curious to see whether he will go for that again. The thing is, it's not that easy for black to get in b5 without this trade, because then you hang your knight on c6. But of course, giving up the bishop for the knight voluntarily also doesn't feel ideal. So I don't know. This line feels slightly. I don't know, I think white has very good chances here for an advantage. So I have pretty good hopes here for Hikaru.
Yeah, to be honest, I really am shocked that Etienne would repeat the same thing. I really thought he would also go like you. I thought he would go for the Berlin and something solid. But this has to be good news for Hikaru and for all of us here as Hikaru fans, really.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the fact that Etienne is thinking here, I mean, at least that seems to be the case, is definitely a very good sign for Hikaru. He might not have really expected e4 that much. It's, I guess, really difficult to prepare for Hikaru these days. I mean, he plays e4, he plays d4, and he plays c4, which he played against Esipenko. Also knight f3 sometimes. So maybe he didn't expect e4 that much. But yeah, still a bit surprised to see him thinking here once again.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm seeing in the chat, Back the Infamous is asking, weird pawn structure in Grischuk Esipenko. Can you guys explain? So Benjamin, do you want to quickly talk us through the opening of that other game?
Yeah, so indeed we have a very interesting pawn structure here. It's very similar to the recent game that Jordan won against Anish. So it started off as a Nimzo, and after e3 castles, Grischuk played the move a3. So he's inviting this trade on c3. So now we see that white has the double pawns, but white can potentially build a big center with moves like bishop d3, e4, and f3 to strengthen the pawn, or in some cases f4, and then white has a huge pawn center and can try to attack black on the king side. So that's really what white is aiming for. What black is aiming for is trying to attack this pawn on c4 with moves like b6, bishop. So let's make a couple moves. Let's say b6. White is going to play something like bishop d3. Black can choose to play something like bishop a6. Let's say e4, knight c6, knight a6. I mean, just to showcase some ideas, like black wants to put pressure on this pawn. So that's really what both sides are going for in this position. And given the fact that Grischuk has 132 on the clock, definitely signals that he's more familiar with this position than Andrei Esipenko.
It's funny you should say that, because I also was going to say enjoy the clock situation right now, because it's probably not gonna last. This is one of the rare times when you might see Grischuk be up on the clock. For Grischuk, this is also, of course, a super, super important game. He is trailing Hikaru by half a point in the group, and Esipenko is the second lowest seed. So with the white pieces, Grischuk will also be looking to get the full point and try and either catch up with Hikaru or at least keep pace.
Yeah, no, definitely a must-win game for Grischuk. This is his second to last white game, so he definitely needs to win here with Esipenko to try to get closer to Hikaru. They play tomorrow. Oh no, wait, tomorrow's a rest day, but the day after that, Hikaru will have the white piece against Grischuk, so Grischuk will probably try if he's still behind. But I mean, if he cannot necessarily expect to win that game, so he definitely has to try to win his white games. And actually, as we speak, we have to move G5 on the board by Bakrot. I mean, what is this?
G5,
He's trying.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense though. He's trying to chip away the pawn on F4, but is this really good?
Okay, G5. First of all, let me see. Has this been played before? I see one game, Swidler against Nepomniachtchi from the Rapid Paris Grand Chess Tour. But G5, that's insane.
Yeah, no, indeed. I remember very long ago that Magnus and Hikaru had a game like this at the World Blitz Chess Championship in 2010. And I kind of forgot how that game went, but it was something along these lines with a very quick G5 from black. We'll try to pull that game off if we can. But yeah, I mean, I have a hard time believing that this can be correct, but who knows?
So in that game that I'm looking at, Swidler against Nepomniachtchi, Swidler played F5 here, reacted with F5.
F5.
And then Nepomniachtchi took on D4, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, so everything got traded in the center, and then queen B6, and the queens came off.
Wait, and actually, as we speak, we have Hikaru here on the live cam. He is definitely looking a bit surprised by this move, which is quite understandable, of course. He's studying this position like, is this now what I had against Magnus? Against Magnus in 2010 in the World Blitz?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, how do you feel, Benjamin, when you get met with a move like that over the board?
Well, I mean, on one hand, Hikaru, well, I think if you're Hikaru, he might be thinking like, okay, why did I not put G5 into the engine for 2 seconds and have a look? Right, that is sometimes the first thing you wonder about. Then the second thing, I mean, yeah, I guess he cannot be too unhappy, but I'm reading that Nepo had played G5 and, oh, sorry, that was what you were saying, right? There was a game between Swidler and Nepomniachtchi. Yeah.
Yeah.
So given the fact that Jan played it, means that it cannot be, it's probably a decent move, right?
I mean, Etienne played it so fast, not super fast. He spent 4 minutes, but
right.
I don't think this is an over the board inspiration. I'm sure he at least had a look, even if he didn't have a look this morning. I'm sure he has looked at this before.
Right, no, for sure. Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, given the fact that Etienne spent like 4 minutes on it, probably tells that he didn't have a look at it this morning, which, I mean, is a good sign for Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. That's got to be a good sign. And, well, let's talk maybe for a second about what the different ways in which Hikaru can react. So, as I was saying, Swidler played F5, and what other options are there?
Yeah, so f5 is definitely an option. I mean, maybe trading on c6. I mean, I guess taking the pawn on g5 isn't great. I mean, I don't know. I guess you have to address the threat on the pawn f4 somehow. I don't know. So what happens? Let's say white takes on c6. Black has to. Wait, what does black actually do here? I mean, taking on.
You have to e3 probably capture.
Okay, let's say we take on e3, right? Let's say we recapture, and after pawn takes c6, maybe we just take on g5, and maybe black just goes queen c7 and picks up the pawn on e5 with a fine position, I guess.
Yeah, I guess e5 is a pawn we don't really want to lose, right?
Yeah. And yeah. You see lots of options here for white. Maybe dropping the knight back to f3, making sure that e5 is always well protected. Then maybe black can take on e3, take on an f4, and play someone like queen c7. And once again, the pawn is difficult to protect. But yeah, anyway, it's gonna be a very fighting game for sure. I left the queen hanging in that line. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh.
In which line?
Probably in this line, but white's queen is also under attack. I didn't hang a queen. Come on, you guys.
Benjamin would never. Okay, so there are a few options. So we looked at capturing on c6. As mentioned, Svidler had played f5. Feels like those are probably the main moves because you need to react in some way, right?
Right, yeah, because I guess if you go something like long castles, that's probably not a good move due to pawn takes f4. And actually here you're in quite a bit of trouble because here you cannot deal with this threat comfortably.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take on c6 now, I mean, probably just take with the pawn, you hit the queen and you hit the knight and black wins. And if you take an f4, you leave your knight hanging, so you also cannot do that. So you have to address this threat somehow. I mean, I would think something like g3 is not ideal, because black always has ideas like trading and something like queen h4, which is probably annoying. So I don't know, I kind of like a move like knight f3, I guess.
Okay, let's have a look at that. So knight f3.
So let's say knight f3. I guess black has to take on e3. We take with the queen. I would think if you go g4, knight d4, this should be really good for white, because now this didn't make any sense whatsoever pushing the pawn up.
And if I take on f4?
Okay, let's say I recapture, and the only way I see to justify this would be to go queen c7 to hit the pawn, but maybe we can just sacrifice the pawn. But I don't know, it's not so easy. Black is up a pawn here.
And maybe let's just show why a move like rook e1 doesn't work.
Yeah, if we go rook e1 hitting the knight, this will not work. Do the knight d3 check. And if we take the knight, we lose the queen. So for that reason, maybe we should play a move like king b1, getting out of dodge. But then black has a chance to prepare for this threat rook e1 to hit the knight. So I don't know. It's a very tricky position. And given the fact that Hikaru is thinking here is king g5. King g5 is not a legal move. Very funny, you guys.
No, but I guess sometimes they mean knight g5, yeah?
Yeah, guys, it's knight g5. You write it with an N, like this.
But it's so, like, I understand in a way that people are confused. Like, why? But yeah, I think that's what they meant, yeah?
Yeah, no, I know that's what they meant. We're just trolling here.
Oh, were you trolling from the start again? Oh my god, I get caught every day.
Yep.
Every day I get caught.
Rook g5, also an interesting move. L g5, I mean, this moves like an L, so I guess it works, yeah. All right.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, Hikaru.
Okay, let's leave Hikaru to think about this, maybe.
Yeah. So let's see what we have in the other games. So yeah, Esipenko seems to be thinking as well against Grischuk. Oh, we have more moves. So after e3, castles a3, take, and c5 by Esipenko, bishop d3 blitzed out by Grischuk. I guess black should play something like knight to c6, and then I guess we play something along the lines of knight e2 to prepare to move e4 to once again build this big pawn center. But a very interesting strategic fight ahead. So what?
Yeah, today. Yeah, I was just gonna say today, of course, huge day in this group, and we can maybe have a quick look at the other groups if you want.
Yeah, for sure. So let's have a look at this game between Grigori, Oparin, and Fedoseev. So let's move to Group B. So Grigori opened up with e4, the Sicilian by Fedoseev, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3. So if I'm not mistaken, Wojtaszek is leading in this group. So maybe, you know, Fedoseev wants to try and fight for the win, which is why he uses the Sicilian. d3, bishop b7, a4, knight f6, bishop g5, knight d7. All looking pretty standard so far. Maybe white has a slight advantage because white can always try to play on the d5 square, but that isn't so easy, so I think maybe white a bit better, but still anything to play for.
Yeah, for sure, an interesting opening, very, as you said, combative opening choice by Fedoseev, who will try and go for the win with the black pieces. He is half a point behind Wojtaszek. He has beaten Oparin the first time they played in round 1, so we've now entered the return leg of the pools. So yeah, very opening game, but as you said, very interesting game, but very early stages. So we'll come back here in a short while. And then the other game in the pool, Richard Report against the leader, Wojtaszek, and Richard also for sure with the white pieces. If he can get a win, he will overtake Wojtaszek. So this is a huge game.
Yeah, indeed, this is a huge game indeed. And Richard, he uses sort of a mix of the Queen's Gambit and the London. Bishop 4 is a very rare move here. Wojtaszek goes d5. But Richard is known for using early surprises in the opening. He trades on d5, goes e3, d6, he trades, bishop d3 castles, and knight to c3. I mean, I would think maybe white is a little bit better here, but black is very, very solid. We have what's known as a Carlsbad structure, where white trades the c-pawn for black's e-pawn. So yeah, it's looking very quiet, but maybe white is marginally better.
What do you think leads to this marginal advantage that white has?
So, so what white very often tries to do is try to put pressure on black's queen side. I mean, what white, after black plays the move c6, white very often goes for a move like rook b1, b4, and b5 to try to put pressure on that side of the board. And it's not that clear what black can do on the king side. So that is why white generally has a very small advantage. Also, this bishop on c8, it doesn't have a very clear play, so to speak, because black would like to put it on f5, but that square is currently covered by the bishop. But I guess maybe then the black bishop should come out to g4, where it's still pretty active.
Yeah, so a little something for white. Black has to figure out how he wants to set himself up, but very quiet game so far, as you were saying. And maybe we just move on to Group C, where the first game I'm seeing Dubov against Keimer. A lot of pieces have already come off.
So let's have a quick look. So this started off as a Caro-Kann. e4, d5, e5, bishop 5, knight f3, e6, bishop b2. So we saw this line. We saw this line in the game between Alexei Shirov and Pentala Harikrishna. Bishop e3, queen b6, knight c3, knight c6. Castles, queen takes b2, queen e1, x on d4, bishop takes, take, bishop b4. And in that game, Shirov played the move rook to b1, and we got into this endgame after all the pieces were traded off and black played b6. Harikrishna seemed very well prepared, and that game ended in a draw. But Dubov went for a different line. Instead of all that, he played the move knight d b5. So the knight can go to c7 in some lines, can go to d6. So black played bishop a5, rook b1, white sacrifices another pawn, c1, queen b2, knight a4, black takes the queen, takes on b2, the bishop drops back, knight d6 check, king e7, knight takes b7, bishop to b8. I think this is all some sort of theory. Dubov took, Vincent recaptured. It seems like they're all following the first line of the engine, so given the fact that Dubov has won more than 90 minutes on the clock signals to me that he had looked at this position this morning, and given the fact that Vincent still plays fairly quickly, probably tells us that he has looked at this at some point, but probably not for this game specifically.
And what do you think? So white has given up a pawn. What do you make of, where does white's compensation come from?
Yeah, good question. I think the white compensation comes from the fact that white has pretty much all his pieces developed. The king on d8 can be a target for an attack. I mean, it's not so easy for black to get the pieces involved. Let's say black plays a move like knight e7, right? Which looks perfectly fine for black. Then all of a sudden white has this move knight is c4. You cannot take the knight because it'll put your king in check. And otherwise you allow my knight to come to d6, where it will hit the pawn on f7, and then your king is kind of stuck on d8 all of a sudden. And maybe white can try to go after it. But, I mean, it's not that easy. I mean, the king is in the center, but black's center is pretty solid here with the pawns on d5 and e5. So I guess that is what Vincent is thinking about. I guess it's not easy to stop the move knight c4, because as soon as you move your king to, let's say, e7 or e8, you allow this rook to come into c7. So he'll have some tough decisions to make here.
So is this a matter of if black can find a few precise moves, he probably equalizes, but the onus is on black to show how, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And it seems like Vincent is thinking here, so maybe he's trying to remember his preparation, or he's out of book here. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, would hopefully for him, it would be a bad moment, because it feels like the trouble is not over just, or like the questions are not over just yet. There's still a few moves to be found. We'll see. And in the other game in this group, I feel like at this point, it's round 4, like every game is so important. So it's like every time I open a new game, I'm like, this game is really important.
Right.
But Vidit against Aronian, in this group, Aronian has a full point lead. So I think if Vidit cannot beat Aronian today, then it's more or less what you were saying the other day, out of his hand. Not completely yet, but it will be very hard to catch Levon.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if Levon manages not to lose this game, I think he's going to make it to the knockout stage. Vidit, as you said, 1 point behind, so he has to win this game with the white pieces. If he doesn't, then Levon is 1 point ahead of him going into the final 2 rounds, and I don't see him giving that away. We have some sort of line of, I would call it the anti-Catalan. White playing with, fianchetto bishop, but not with the move d4. So knight c3, queen c7. We see the move d4 here. b5, bishop f4. Players are playing very quickly, so once again, I'm sure that they've looked at this at some point. d5 by Vidit. Aronian takes. a4, bishop e7. So Vidit gets back the pawn, but I mean, yeah, Levon is playing fairly quickly, so I'm sure he must have looked at this at some point.
So the current position on the board after queen b6, what does white do? Do we continue taking the pawns, or is it time to get the king out of harm's way?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, this pawn on b5 is under attack. I would think if white takes an a6, black should be fine. Like, let's say we take with the rook. Let's say white takes, let's say black takes. Black has these double pawns in the center, but white also has this isolated pawn on b2. Furthermore, black has nice development. All the pieces are nice and active. So I don't see any problems here whatsoever for black. And I mean, yeah, if you don't take on a6, how are you gonna deal with the hanging pawn on b5? Maybe you can move your knight out of the way and hit the pawn on d5. That could be an option. But I mean, to me, it looks fairly comfortable here for Levon.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Levon also confirmed by the time usage, will be quite happy with what he's gotten here. And Vidit still, at the moment, still has a few things to show. I'm a little bit worried. He's been spending a bit of time. He spent 5 minutes on the last move, A takes B5, which seems to indicate maybe he's on his own now. So we'll see what he can do here. But it's one of these positions where, again, time is pressing. If you give Levon a couple of moves, he will not only equalize, but he might very quickly take over. So time is pressing for Vidit.
Yeah, so let's see what Vidi will do in this position. I mean, it's kind of interesting. They have this sort of opening discussion where they both play really, really fast. And so it's nice for Levon that he sees now that Vidi is the first one to think here. That definitely must give him confidence. So what other game do you want to have a look at? Maybe a game from Group D?
Yeah, so Group D, the only group we haven't looked at yet. There we have the two American players in the lead, Wesley So and Lenier Dominguez. And they play each other today, so a huge game, Benjamin.
Indeed, yeah, this game is going to be critical for the standings. I mean, hot take, whoever wins this game is going to win the group. So it started off as an Italian, Castles, Knight of 6. I mean, in all seriousness, whoever wins this game, I think, is going to win the group, because that will give them a 1-point lead going into the final 2 rounds. And if this game ends in a draw, it's really anyone's group to win. So it started off as a very quiet Italian. We see some maneuvers here by white, h3, bishop b6, bishop b5, knight e7, d4 by Lenier, knight g6 by Wesley, bishop a4. There's all sorts of subtleties in this Italian. I won't go into too much depth. Knight h5 by Wesley, knight f1 by Lenier. This is a normal maneuver in the Italian. And knight f4 by Wesley. Black very often goes for moves like queen f6. In some cases, black could try to start some sort of attack on the king side, although usually doesn't work. White will probably continue with something like knight to g3 and bishop e3. So yeah, maybe white has a small advantage here, given the fact that he's got more control in the center, but black is very, very solid, so it will be interesting to see how this game will proceed.
Yeah, these Italian games, always interesting. Most of the time they're positional battles. Sometimes when I play on the black side here, I think maybe I will get a shot to sacrifice on h3 at some point, or to get some kind of attack. But on these top level games, that rarely happens, and it just becomes a positional affair. I think this game will end peacefully, actually. I agree with you. I think if we have a winner, he will pretty much be through in this group, but I think this is likely to end peacefully. But hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, let's at least hope for a fighting game. I guess we'll look at that. I mean, all the pieces are on the board, so it'll be very interesting to see how this game will play out. And the one game we have not had a look at yet is the game between Hare Krishna and Alexei Shirov. This started off as a really low pass. So a6, bishop a4, knight f6. So this is called the closed variation of the reload pass. b5. So white intends to play the Marshall Gambit after c3, d5, which is what we saw in the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. Or actually, Jan avoided it. a4 by Hare Krishna. This was the move that Jan chose. b4 by Shirov, d3, d6, knight bd2, knight a5, bishop a2. Interesting position, still all the pieces on the board. Maybe white is a touch better because his pawn on b4 can be slightly overextended in some positions, but really still everything to play for here.
Yeah, very early doors. Well, this game, a little bit of background about the standings. Alexei Shirov has had a tough start. He drew the first game against Hare Krishna, but then he lost to both Dominguez and Wesley So. So he's only on half out of 3. Hare Krishna, he drew all his games, and with the white pieces against Shirov, who has been struggling, Hare Krishna will try to win if he can manage to win this game and we have a draw in the other game, we'll have a big pile up at the top, and the 3 players would be sitting on 2.5. So a very close group potentially, this one.
Indeed, yeah. And actually, as we speak, we have to move knight f3 by Hikaru on the board. I had a very quick look at the engine. This does seem to be the best move in the position. So after knight f3, we said that black should probably trade on d4, e3, right? We recapture, takes an f4, queen takes, and black can go queen c7, after which white will have to sacrifice a pawn. I mean, I guess we have to go along castles. Black's gonna take here, and I like the move that you suggested, king to b1. Very interesting position. White probably wants to go for rook e1 and hit the knight. And yeah, it will be interesting to see whether white will have enough. To me, doesn't look easy because of this pin here. I was just wondering, if black plays a move like queen b8, maybe we have something like knight takes d5. And if black takes, we have rook e1 winning the knight. That's why we sacrifice the knight to blast open the e-file. And just to go back real quick, after knight e5, if black takes here, we have an intermezzo check on f6, or maybe even c7, and white should be crushing. So maybe Hikaru has looked at this position and figured like, okay, I'm down a pawn, but I don't see clear defense to the move rook e1, after which this pin will be really, really nasty.
Yeah, I have to say, to be honest, if I was black, I would be terrified to go for this pawn. Like, all these variations you were showing with the king on e8 look super scary.
Indeed, yeah. And given the fact that Bakrot is thinking here, that's definitely a good sign for Hikaru. And actually, wait, as we pull up, well, let's pull this up real quick. So if we have a look here in the playing hall, we see here Alexander Grischuk and Andrei Esipenko, and here we have Bakrot thinking. So he is probably out of book, or he doesn't remember what he had looked at here.
Yeah. I mean, the whole situation is strange because even that last move, g5, like at the time I was saying he must have looked at it at some point, because I think if you come up with it over the board, you probably spent more than 4 minutes. But 4 minutes is kind of a weird time usage where you feel like, okay, it wasn't blitzed out, but he also didn't spend, 10, 20 minutes. So yeah, it could be that Etienne has seen this at some point, but is now trying to remember the lines. It's also another position in which you want to play too fast, because if you make one move too fast and that's a bad move, you could just be more or less lost on the spot.
Yeah, indeed. And they're back. So let's have a look. So Bakrot, he's studying the position. But, I mean, usually when players have looked at this at some point, what you see them doing is like they look up to the ceiling or like away. And it's generally a sign that they're trying to remember their preparation. So, I don't know. I feel like Bakrot is out of book here, but we don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, if he's still familiar with this position or not. But definitely a good sign for Hikaru. I was just curious, what happens if black takes on f4 right away? I guess maybe here we trade on c5, lure the knight away from the attack on the e5 pawn. And this trade should generally be good for white, because we always have pressure on the pawn on f7. Black doesn't have any pressure here. Short castles is definitely out of the question here for black. And I mean, you cannot sit in the center forever. And castling queenside also probably isn't that easy. So yeah,
somebody in the chat is saying Bakrot has played d4 already, but I'm not seeing the move either.
No. Yeah, no, I think they're trolling. There's no moves on the board.
A couple of people are saying they've seen, well, maybe we can at least put, I don't know. Didn't feel like troll. No, it doesn't feel like trolling, but we're not seeing the move just yet.
No,
okay,
the pawn is still on d5.
I mean, it could be that there is a transmission error. Also, sometimes what can happen I think what can happen, and now I think we're seeing the move d4. What happens sometimes the players, no, but I was gonna say, but with the pawn it doesn't make sense. With the bishop, you can put it like on one square and then bring it back and think some more. But with the pawn, that's actually not possible.
Right, yeah, if he touches the d pawn, he has to move to d4. Alright, so we see the move d4 indeed. White had to take with the bishop, because if you take with the knight, pawn takes f4 is going to come, and white's in some trouble here, because your bishop is under attack. If you take the pawn, you hang your knight on d4, that is not good. And if you would take the knight on c6, then black takes here, and white is in trouble, because this queen is under attack, and your knight is under attack as well. So that is why Hikaru took with the bishop. Bakrot traded on d4, and after knight takes, he took on f4. Bakrot played this fairly quickly, so maybe he has looked at this at some point. I see a couple options here for white. Either maybe queen takes f4 or long castles. Both look decent to me. I would think something like queenside castles, knight takes e5, queen takes f4. Looks like a logical sequence, and I would be very curious to see how this would proceed.
Okay, so let's we'll see. For Hikaru, do you feel it's a little bit, it's very double-edged, I think, how Hikaru feels. Part of him must feel like, okay, this is a position which is giving more chances for sure than in a Berlin in these quite early dawns. But on the other hand, you feel like if Etienne has looked at this deeper than I have, then I'm not sure. Like, how would you feel with the white pieces here, do you think?
Yeah, so, and actually as we speak, we have Hikaru on the main camera. So, yeah, I mean, given the fact that Bakrot has not blitzed out his moves, that's definitely nice for Hikaru. I guess, yeah, Bakrot's looked at this at some point, but probably doesn't quite remember it. I don't know, if you're Hikaru, he cannot be too unhappy. It's a very fighting opening. Lots of chances. But given the fact that it's so sharp and he seems to be out of book, is slightly worrying, but I have good faith here that he will figure out the complications.
Yeah, so I think he will take some more time. Also, the time isn't a big problem at all right now. I thought that if Etienne was prepared, he would see a bigger time deficit. And I think for sure we should be very excited on a whole that Etienne has gone for a line like this, which for sure will give Hikaru some chances. So we'll see, what does he play. We've looked, we were considering long side castle, queen takes f4. He will take a little bit of time, and maybe we can quickly check in with the other game from this pool.
Indeed, yeah. And actually, I was getting word that Hikaru's stepfather in the chat said that Hikaru is quite familiar with the g5 idea. He used it himself in similar positions as black against Macheya and Carlsen. So big shout out to Hikaru's stepfather. And yeah, I think the game he's referring to is indeed the game that we were talking about earlier at the World Blitz Chess Championship in 2010. Let me see if I can find that game somewhere. I'll try to pull it up, but at the moment Hikaru is thinking. But yeah, go ahead. What do you think of the current position?
I'll try and buy you some time, but meanwhile, everything, all the games are still going very early doors, of course. We're only 45 minutes into the game. But as I said, I think Hikaru, especially if, as mentioned, if Hikaru is familiar with the position, not just from the white side, but from both sides, that makes me even more surprised that Etienne went for this line. In that case, very likely that Hikaru is mostly trying to remember and to figure out the right path. And sometimes it's also very different if you played something from the black side and then you try and readapt to what to do from the other side.
Right. And actually, I found that game that we were talking about in the World Blitz Chess Championship in 2010. So this indeed was the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. So in that game, Magnus opened up with the move e4. Hikaru did play the French, c3, knight f6. It was very similar. The difference is though that so after a6, Hikaru played a3 today in his game against a-Chen, but Magnus played the move queen to d2, b5, a3, and here Hikaru played the move g5. So a similar idea, but in a slightly different position. And actually Hikaru went on to win a nice game with the black pieces. If we, I mean, we don't have to show the entire game, but he won a nice game here against Magnus. Very up and down game, but he managed to win that. So he must be familiar with the idea for sure.
Yeah, and I think he will be very happy to have a game where all three results, where Etienne is such a solid player. As you're saying, we were both expecting a Berlin, and here as white you have to be happy because you just from a very early stage get so many more chances to create something than you do in the Berlin.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, and indeed, as Hikaru's stepfather said, not identical but similar position. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so Hikaru, I think he will just, he's taking a little bit of time, probably the two moves, as we said, that he's deciding between is queen takes f4 or long castles, as I see the question. So is castles better than queen takes f4? It's very hard to say, Benjamin.
Yeah, a very good question. I mean, I would think maybe queen takes f4 is a better option, because let's say we go queenside castles, right? After knight takes c5, I guess the only logical move we have is queen takes f4. So in that case, why don't we go queen takes f4 right away? Because black's only real move is the move knight takes e5, I would think. I mean, it seems to hang an eye, but actually if we take, black can take on d4, and he actually protects this rook in the corner. And black's doing pretty well with the two bishops here. So here probably white should go queenside castles, or maybe white has another move, but probably doesn't matter too much. I think we will see this position on the board, and actually as we speak, we have Hikaru back on the main cam. Nice.
So how is Hikaru? Let's see. What do you read into the body language?
You know, he's looking focused and determined. That's Hikaru we like to see.
Oh, and Sunil is telling us that the G5 idea was first used by Morozevich in a blitz game. Morozevich, the only player I was ever a really big fan of. When I started out playing chess, I was a huge Morozevich fan.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, no, he's a very original player. Bit sad that we don't see him that much anymore at the top level, but he was definitely one of the most exciting players to follow.
For sure. I think he was a little bit almost like a predecessor to like the Dubovs of today. Very exciting player. As you say, a lot of original ideas, and yeah, pity that he's not so active any longer. I think for the Twitch generation of today, a lot of people might not even be familiar with who he is, but definitely a legend back in his day.
Exactly, and we see that Hikaru has 104 on the clock, a-Chen 123. So Hikaru down 20 minutes on the clock. Not ideal, but I mean the position is very, very critical so early on, so spending some time here probably is justified. But yeah, I don't really see another good continuation besides queen takes f4 and long castles. I mean, maybe in this position we have another move, but especially if you would start with long castles, you have to go for this position. So I wonder what he is thinking about exactly.
Yeah, so what you're saying, if queen takes, is always just going to, he can always transpose if he wants. So maybe he's thinking about after longside castles, knight takes e4, as you were saying, there's not really too many alternatives, right, to queen takes f4.
Right. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, maybe in this position there are some alternatives, but I don't quite see them. So let's have a look. So let's say we would go long castles. This knight is under attack. We have some threats along the default. So I guess black has to make a move like knight g6 and hit the queen. And I mean, then where does the queen go exactly? I mean, maybe we can go to a square like e4, but black could always throw in a check. Things are not that easy for black, because if you go bishop d7, you always hang this pawn on b7. But maybe Chen wants to go for something like queen g5 check. And if the king moves over, queen f4 and offer a queen trade.
And I guess we don't really want to trade queens, but we just don't have a choice here.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. We cannot avoid the queen trade. But I mean, let's say we trade here, maybe something like g3 and bishop g2, but it feels like black should be fine somehow with the two bishops. I mean, that's my feeling at least.
There's a couple of people who are asking about knight takes. Why not take on e6 with the knight in the previous position? So which position was that?
Probably it was never possible.
So, yeah, in which position? Because queen g5 with it.
I guess they mean this. I guess in this position, this makes sense. This is this is a good suggestion because the queen is under attack, the knight's under attack. I guess black will take and then somehow is okay, but I don't know. Interesting suggestion by the chat. White's up a pawn here. Maybe move like bishop d4 is forced, hitting the queen and defending the rook, and then maybe black has some good compensation because he can move the queen out of the way and castle very quickly. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah,
definitely an interesting idea. I like that suggestion of yours, and it's funny to see that even in this position where it feels like Hikaru is the one on the on the side pressing, he might give up upon these things can turn around super quickly. For example, in that line that we just sent down.
Right, so I see the chat Andy saying that queen takes f4, knight takes e5, knight db5 is the move. This makes a lot of sense. Let's say black would take on b5, now we take the knight. And the difference is here, if black plays a move like, let's say queen d4, knight is pawn on b5 is very weak, so we can just take it with a check, and white is in very good shape. So then let's see, after knight db5, what should black do? I mean, this knight is under attack. I guess knight g6 is not a move, because I guess we can give a check. And wherever the king goes, we should be able to follow up with another check. If the king goes here, it walks into this. So then black just has to defend this knight, maybe with a move like f6. Then our knight on b5 is hanging. Very weird stuff.
And it doesn't have any squares, right?
Right, yeah, the knight now doesn't have any squares. Rook d1 maybe, but then the queen moves. Oh, they're saying knight e4.
Crazy line, actually. I see a suggestion in the chat, knight e4 after 6.
That is very dank. Yeah, you hit the bishop, you hit the pawn, but to go in this unprepared and knowing that maybe Chan has looked at this at some point it feels risky. I guess the point is that if the bishop drops back now we do go for rook d1 and our knight can hop to d6. I guess if black gives a check, we just block it with b4. The queen is under attack and now everything is collapsing.
There's nothing if we capture on b4 there, right? I guess.
Right, yeah, I guess indeed if you take on b4, we're just gonna recapture, and after queen takes c3, nice. Queen is under attack and black is busted. So knight e4 then looks quite promising. Yeah, we would pretty much hit everything. So yeah, let's see whether Hikaru will go for this.
And suddenly, I mean, now that we've gone down all these lines, it makes a lot more sense that he's taking more time here. He's been thinking for 15 minutes, so he just dropped under an hour. And, well, he has just captured on f4.
Okay, queen takes f4. This is the right move. So let's see what he will do after knight. I mean, black has to take an e5. It's the only move. Right? Otherwise, if you make a random move, white goes long castles, or let's say go queen c7. I just go knight f3, defend my pawn, and white is pretty much winning. Castle on the next move, knight e4, and it's just lost. So knight takes c5 is forced, and I'm sure we'll see it on the board shortly by Bakrot.
So knight takes, yeah, I think Etienne, since he took a little bit of time on g5 and then a little bit of time on d4, but still, my feeling is that he's at least somewhat familiar with this position, I would say.
Yeah, and they're back on the main camera. We see indeed Hikaru is taken on f4. Bakrot is thinking here. So let's see what he's gonna do. He took the juicer. Indeed, always take the juice. But yeah, I mean, I don't expect another move.
Yeah,
and
knight
actually,
e5 has just been played.
Yeah, knight takes c5 is on the board. Wait for it, pause champ. And now is the big moment. Is Hikaru just gonna go for castles, or this move knight db5 that we discussed?
I mean, the fact that Hikaru has spent so long on queen takes f4, to me makes it likely that he was already at least considering knight b5.
Yeah, for sure. He must. I mean, he knows that if he goes queen takes f4, Etienne is gonna take on e5 for sure. So he must have studied this position already. Guys, so don't delete messages. Very, very funny. So now we'll see what he's gonna do. Knight b5 to me looks like a tough move to find and to play in a real game.
Yeah, I saw a comment in the chat. I don't see by who anymore, but if Hikaru plays knight b5, I'll lose my mind. I mean, that would be an incredible move to make.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see whether he will find it. Okay, he's...
Also, are we even sure that knight b5 is much better than queenside castles?
Well, I think the problem after queenside castles and knight at g6 is that I don't see how we can keep the queens on.
Yeah, that is a...
Because we have to keep defending this knight. Also, black looks ready to go bishop d7, move the queen out of the way and go long castles. And in that case, black should be doing pretty well. So the only move that would stop all of that would be the move queen e4. But then, as we said, queen g5 check would come very quickly. And queen f4. You go ahead.
The prediction has just been started. So you can use those channel points now to predict. Will Hikaru play knight b to d5? You know what? I'm going to jump in the prediction.
Sure, throw in those juicers. Thanks to Equals Gaming for the gifted sub. Well, I think that's how he calls his channel points.
So what am I... How can I... I'm so bad at this. Oh my goodness.
So you just click on predict.
But I voted yep with 0 juices. Sometimes I think in certain countries, maybe here I cannot... Viewers in my region can only predict without using any juices. That's not fun.
I heard that you cannot gamble, yeah.
That's all your country, Benjamin.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
The Netherlands not letting me use any of those juicers.
And Satch, but yeah, Hikaru is still thinking.
But if you could predict, what is your prediction, Benjamin? Will he play it, yes or no?
Knight db5 does seem like a pretty difficult move. I think long castles is maybe more likely. I should talk with only Twitch words.
Huh?
Well, people are saying I should talk with only Twitch words.
I mean, that would. I dread to even imagine that. Not just for you, but for all of us.
Huh, really? Come.
It would be so bad. Oh, and Hikaru
Nah.
has captured on f4. So the prediction, the believers are gonna be, they are gonna be taxed.
No, the prediction was for knight db5.
Oh wait, sorry. Oh
Yeah,
my
no worries.
goodness.
No. Yeah,
Oh my god, I'm actually too.
yeah.
I just had such a brain fart there. I somehow
Oh.
for a second I thought it was Queen f4. Sorry, people.
No, knight db5 is what the
Oh my
people
goodness.
are gambling on.
Just checking if you were paying attention.
Of course, I'm always paying attention. All right, so let's see. So yeah.
Yes, we are still reiterating Fiona trying to scam. I'm always trying to scam. No, so maybe we can quickly do another round of the other games because if Hikaru sees knight bd5, and he probably does, because otherwise castles becomes a lot more dramatic, and it also would make sense then why he spent more time on queen f4. So
Indeed,
I
yeah.
think he's probably going to take quite a bit of time to evaluate those different lines.
Yeah, so, I mean, sorry. Let's have a very quick look. So we looked at knight db5, right? So we said if black takes, that is bad for black, because of queen takes c5, and then we take on b5 on the next move. So we said that after knight db5, the only move really was f6, right? To defend the knight. And then we said knight e4, hitting the bishop and the pawn. And apparently the only move is castles to protect this
Oh my,
pawn.
but castles look so scary once again, like to castle into that
True.
open king side.
On the other hand, the king will sit fairly safely, let's say on h8. We could take on c5, but then let's say black takes on b5. Doesn't look too bad here for black, because actually where are we gonna go with our king? We cannot go queenside castles for the moment, because the queen is blocking that. Kingside castles takes a bit of time, so I don't know, even this line doesn't look too convincing.
You mean, yeah. Well, can we not get castle? What if I stay in the center at the end of that line and go for something like h4 and try a rook lift via h3? Is that too optimistic?
Yeah, I think it will take a bit too long, because even if, let's say, you get rook h3 and rook g3, I slide my king over, and then what, right? If you go queen h6, I can go something like rook f7 or rook g8, and I'm not getting checkmated just yet, and black should be able to cook up some counterplay. So I don't know. It's a very complicated position, for sure, and Hikaru has 51 minutes, so he's down half an hour on the clock. Not easy.
Yeah, especially because Etienne might just still know the chance that he has looked at knight b5 before and are low, but they are not zero. So if you're Hikaru, you have the added pressure of you might just not be up against Etienne, but maybe Etienne backed by some preparation, which is a scary spot.
Indeed, 100%. Yeah, it's always uncomfortable knowing that you might be facing the computer of your opponent. So I don't know. To me, long castles looks a bit more natural, but I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what Hikaru will come up with. So let's move around and have a look at the other games. What game do you want to have a look at?
Well, we could start by updating the other game from this pool, Grischuk against Esipenko. I just saw a comment in the chat from Pure Oreo. Are the clocks bugged? It shows Grischuk up on time. They are not bugged. It is a miracle, a modern day miracle.
True. Yeah. Well, on the flip side, though, Grischuk bit... Wait, it's showing that Esipenko is thinking, but my board is showing that knight c6 was the last move. Yeah, wait, what? Why is Esipenko's clock ticking and knight c6 is the last move from black?
No, there's a lot more moves. Did you not?
Huh?
I'm seeing a lot more moves.
Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, so let's have a look. So after c5, bishop d3 was played, knight at c6, knight f3, d5, short castles, pawn takes c4, bishop takes, queen c7, h3 by Grischuk, b6, and bishop to b2. So yeah, very interesting position. White has the two bishops, and so he has the advantage of the bishop pair. Also potentially more pawns in the center, but pushing e4 is not easy. I expect white to go for someone like queen e2 and then maybe try to get e4 through. And in the meantime, maybe black will play someone like bishop e7 to discourage the move e4. So very interesting strategic fight here. And yeah, Grischuk is up on the clock, so that is a good sign for him.
And what are black's plans? I mean, you were saying white has the bishop here. White wants to strike in the center with e4. And what are black's ideas?
We have a move by Hikaru, but I don't like this move, knight b3.
Okay, knight b3.
So he's attacking the bishop and the knight, but maybe the knight just... Let's say the knight moves here, hitting the queen. And if we play a move like queen f3, the bishop drops back somewhere. Like, let's say the e7. We cannot go queenside castle, so... What do we actually do here? I mean, we can go g3, but... I'm not so convinced.
What if I just develop the bishop? Did you say?
To d7?
No, sorry, it's right. If I, instead of g3, if I go bishop somewhere, d3, e2.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I guess black should be fine somehow with the two bishops. Difficult position to evaluate, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But no, it just shows how difficult the position is, especially knowing that you might be facing your opponent's preparation.
Yeah, knight b3. What happens if white, if black doesn't go knight g6 but goes bishop d6?
Yeah, bishop d6 also a very sensible move. Here we cannot go queenside castles, do the knight d3 check, and we lose our queen. So we would have to step the queen out of the way somewhere, maybe like queen e3, then followed by queenside castles. With, you know, a very double-edged position. I mean, black has the two bishops, so white has a slight lead in development. Black still has to get the king to safety. And white has some knight jumps like knight e4. There's still some holes in the black position. So that would be very interesting. But yeah, knight g6 does seem to be the move here for HN Bacrot.
Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe one of the good things could be that knight b3, as you say, has taken Etienne out of prep. And this, like, of course, when the move knight b3 appeared, I saw a few blunder comments in the chat. I mean, remember, and we say this all the time, but these players have no engines. They're just sitting at the board. A move like knight b5, it's very different for us sitting at home with the engines than sitting over the board. And yes, the evaluation has dropped a tiny bit, but it doesn't change anything so much about the character of the position, which this is a position where the players are playing for all three results.
Indeed, yeah, and you cannot call this a blunder, because knight b3 doesn't blunder anything, you guys. Let's say white would play a move like bishop e2, this is a blunder, because you just hang a piece. But you cannot call a move like knight b3 a blunder. It's you guys can say, though, that Hikaru did not play the best move, but you guys got to stop the blunder stuff. I think Dubov addressed this yesterday. P-P-O-G, yeah, good job. It's an inaccuracy, yeah. Next time you guys can say inaccuracy. But yeah, refrain from calling everything a blunder or mistake. Fine, you can call it a mistake, but yeah. Okay, very good chat.
I don't even argue that it's not even a mistake, but yeah, inaccuracy. Inaccuracy doesn't sound as much fun. It's also a lot harder to spell.
Yeah, blunder. I know. If you're
like, what? They want me to write inaccuracy after.
People are like, I don't even know how to spell inaccuracy. Blunder. All right, but Bakrot has moved. He played the move knight g6 quite quickly, and I don't know. This is not an easy game. Hikaru's down half an hour on the clock. Queen f3 by Hikaru. I'm not liking it. Don't like the position here. The
main problem is just what to do with the king. Yeah, this king, we need to get it out, but suddenly black's bishop on c5, a beast.
Yeah, the bishop could also drop back to b6 to make sure that white can never go kingside castles, but white should have some dynamic possibilities. Someone like rook d1 maybe and knight e4. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the position here for white.
Okay, we'll see what Etienne does. Where he drops the bishop back to. Meanwhile, do you want to maybe we can have a quick look at group C. I was just gonna skip group D for now. Have a quick look at Dubov against Keimer, where I saw that the bar is starting to like Dubov's position, so maybe Keimer hasn't found the most precise way. What do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, chat is saying stop with your copy pasta spam. You are destroying not only my chat experience, but everyone's chat experience. If you plebs don't stop immediately, then I will have to call the cyber police. Do not copy and paste this. Chat's going wild, but yeah, it's I mean, yeah, g5, the move by Keimer. I guess knight d6 will have to be played by Dubov, hitting the bishop. The bishop will then have to drop back to g6 to defend this pawn over here. And I mean, it's looking pretty interesting, but once again, black center is fairly solid. It's not that easy to continue here for white. Yeah, like how do you break through indeed?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would love to double the rook somehow. How do I start? How do I get these rooks doubled? What about rook c3, let's say? Or rook c5?
Rook c5 makes a lot of sense to go rook a5, but I thought maybe black can go knight e7, and after rook a5 still have knight c6 available. But maybe we could prepare with a move like rook dc1, so then the c6 square is covered. This could be good for white, because then rook c7 is also a threat. And then combined with bishop e5, we suddenly have a checkmating attack. So, I don't know, I think Dubov has good chances here. Bishop a7, by the way, by a Chan. Hikaru has a funny tactic here, by the way. He could snap off this pawn. By the way, bishop a7 is not the best move by a Chan, so what do we say, guys? What do we say, guys, after bishop a7? Bishop a7 is a blunder! Okay. Bishop takes a6 is a move here for blender, yeah, for Hikaru, because if you take this bishop, we can take the rook here in the corner. And yeah, it's interesting, because if you castle, maybe we just go something like bishop d3 and then castle on the next move. So I'm starting to get optimistic here for Hikaru. So yeah.
But it's such a funny game. I mean, that's what happens when a game is so open, you know. We see one move, queen f3, and we're like, no, sorry, after knight b3, it's like, I don't really like this. and then one more move, bishop a7. Oh, I'm getting optimistic here.
Indeed, yeah, but that's indeed the nature of the position. It's so double-edged and complicated that it's normal that both sides make mistakes. I mean, usually when you see the top level, when the players have a very quiet position, sometimes their accuracy can be very close to 100%. But in such complicated positions, even the best players in the world make a lot of mistakes. So then you guys can yell, blunder, blunder. Indeed, they make a lot of blunders, yeah. But with all that being said and done, you guys, as the players, both the players, okay. Wait, so what do you think? Do you think Hikaru is gonna take the pawn on a6, or do you think he's gonna go for another move?
Yeah, I mean, I see that once again, it's a spot where the engine confirms to us you can probably take it and get away with it, but over the board without that confirmation, it seems kind of greedy. But on the other hand, you want to get that bishop out anyway, so I don't know. I think Hikaru is once again going to be taking quite a bit of time to make his decision here. I think he will not take it, actually, but we will see. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, like, I've played him a lot online in Blitz, and also I've watched him, watch him play a lot. He is known to be a pawn grabber, so I would not be surprised if he just snaps this one off. I guess Bakrot will just have to castle, and then I think it is quite logical to drop this bishop back to, say, d3, so you can go queenside castles on the next move. And I kind of like White's chances here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one point you're making, which is at least if the bishop drops back to d3, and then on the next move we can finally get the king out of the center. Makes sense, and we have our next prediction, so you can once again use those juices. Will Hikaru take on a6? We will see.
Yeah. I think he will, but we'll just have to wait and see, because I don't really see another move that makes sense, and taking the pawn here on a6 definitely gives White something clear to play for. I mean, then White is up a pawn, and it's really up to Bakrot to prove the compensation, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a very double-edged. It's a big decision, I think, to make for Hikaru, as we see that at this stage he is down half an hour on the clock, so something to keep an eye on. It's not a problem just yet. He still has 45 minutes, but we're only on move 16, so quite early doors, and those kind of double-edged positions just always require so much more time and so much more calculation than, let's say, if we were in the Berlin. First of all, the players might blitz out some 20-25 moves, and here they cannot rely, let's say, on general ideas or general plans. Everything is very concrete and takes a lot of calculation and time.
Indeed, yeah. Right, so let's see what he's gonna do.
I saw that there was also a suggestion in the chat. Someone said that the engine is suggesting h4, which looks crazy.
h4. I mean, h4 makes some sense, because, I mean, first of all, it stops the moves queen h4 check, and I guess the other idea could be, like, let's say black castles, we can now go h5, and where are you going to go with the knight? You would like to go to e5, but then we have queen g3 check, and you cannot block with knight at g6 because that square is covered by the white pawn. So yeah, that is probably not the way to go. I do expect Hikaru to take on a6. Pretty sure he will. Yeah.
So we will see. You're predicting he will. I mean, I said I don't think he will, but I'm also not clear what else would he do. So time will tell.
Time will tell, indeed.
A decision will have to come quite soon.
Indeed, yeah. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking our very first break of the day. Don't go anywhere, you guys. This game is heating up. It's a very important game for Hikaru's chances in the group. We'll see you guys after the break.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the Vidit Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, we have bishop takes a6 on the board.
You were right, Benjamin. I was wrong. This time the believers shall be rewarded with their juices. Bishop a6, and Etienne has just castled kingside. We were saying that here we expect bishop d3, and what a messy position, Benjamin.
Indeed, yeah, no, I told you guys. I know Hikaru. I've played him a lot online in Blitz. I've watched him a lot. When he sees a free pawn, he always takes it. I guess now it's time to drop back the bishop, prepare queenside castles. And I kind of like his chances here. Once again, this puts a lot of pressure on Bakrot. He will have to prove the compensation somehow. The one thing that is not really in Hikaru's favor is the fact that he's down more than half an hour on the clock. So he'll definitely have to try and speed up somehow. Bishop d3 on the board.
Bishop d3 on the board. Do you think there's any chance that Etienne is still in some kind of known territory?
No, I don't think so. Because, I mean, the move knight b3, if we go back a couple moves, the move knight b3 already seemed like that it was not the right move. So knight g6 probably took him out of book. And he's now blitzing. So I guess both players are on their own here. I mean, and actually as we speak, here they are. So let's analyze their body language. So Etienne, they're definitely on their own here. But yeah, 39 minutes for Hikaru. Not too much time after 18 moves. He has to make 22 more to reach the time control. But I definitely like his chances here. Let's see what Bakrot will do here. To me, Black has to stop white from queenside castling. I mean, he's got kingside castles under control. So maybe a move like queen g5, but then there's always knight e4. So once again, I like Hikaru's chances here. I think we have all the reason to be optimistic.
No, for sure. And I think, in fact, both players, for Etienne Bakrot, let's not forget that, okay, he is currently at the bottom of the standings with 2 out of 3. But it's also not surprising that he went for such a double-edged line, because if he beats Hikaru with the black pieces, he catches Hikaru. So I think both players, in a funny way, will be happy to have gotten a risky position where, for Etienne, whether he draws or loses already doesn't make such a big difference, because with a draw it will just get so hard to win this group. So I think Etienne as well will not be unhappy with what he's gotten here. But as you say, yeah, very important to somehow try and stop the white king from getting into safety.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, you make a good point. I mean, if Iche wants to have a chance to make it to the next stage, he definitely needs to win here. I mean, if he's on 1.5 out of 4, I mean, maybe even winning the last 2 is not going to be enough. And by the way, someone is saying that only 2 moves keep the game drawish. I mean, is queen g5... So how is queen g5 drawish? I mean, there's still all the pieces on the board. It's not like we have bare kings. But, I mean, there's a difference between something being a draw and a quality. So after queen g5, I guess we'll have some sort of dynamic equality, because he cannot let white castle. Because just to illustrate, let's say black makes a random move like bishop to d7. I guess after queenside castles, white has a huge advantage here. The king now is safe, and white can start going after the black king. And white should be much better. So queen g5 probably is the right move here for black.
There was also another question in the chat, Benjamin. Why did Hikaru drop the bishop back to d3? Why not take on b7, take a second pawn instead?
That is maybe possible, but it feels very risky, because now you're really sort of way behind. I mean, I guess maybe you can do this, but black will take maybe a move like queen g5, try to go for a quick attack. And here your king really is stuck in the center. I mean, queen e3 is a major threat. Probably you would have to drop back, but black can quickly continue with moves like rook to d8, knight e5. This looks very, very risky. So I like bishop d3 much more. He's grabbed the pawn and now he's sort of trying to stabilize. And bishop d3, the main purpose of this move is to block the d-file, so it enables the move queenside castle. So I definitely like white's position here.
A question from Jack in the chat: is time a factor? And to respond to the other question, I think today the clock times are correct. So yes, Hikaru is down half an hour on the clock.
And yeah, the clock times are always a factor. I mean, the position is very, very complicated, so Hikaru will definitely have to speed up a little bit. He cannot allow himself to get under time pressure in such a complicated position. But I mean, given the fact that he took on a6 fairly quickly and dropped back to d3 fairly quickly as well, signals that he knows he cannot spend too much time in this position.
And well, queen h4 has just been played by Etienne Bacrot.
Queen h4 check. So I guess Hikaru has to block with the g pawn. Let's say we go g3. Or maybe Etienne's idea is to go queen h6, stop white from castling, and this move queen h6 he is not getting hit with knight e4. And this position is not that easy because once again, he's stopping kingside castling, he's also stopping queenside castling. So what does white do here to get out of this?
I mean, once again, you say it's not so easy. I find these positions so almost impossible to evaluate. It's one of these positions where you're at the board. It's so hard to understand what is going on. There was a suggestion from the chat. What about knight d2?
Yeah.
So after g3, queen h6.
Indeed. So let's say we go g3, knight queen h6, then knight d2 is definitely an option, and then try to go for queenside castling. But let's see. I mean, knight e5 is always an option for black, but I guess we just go to e4 or something. Yeah, I don't know. Hikaru could also choose to block with the... Let's say we block with the queen. Right, does black just go into the endgame, or maybe queen h6 once again and stop us from castling?
How do you even evaluate this position? Do you think white is better, or do you just think it's a giant mess and nobody is really better?
I don't know. It's a very good question. Probably it's some sort of dynamic balance, given the fact that white has the extra pawn, but black has pretty good compensation here, I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's up to Hikaru
on
now.
The white side or black side?
Yeah, that is a very good question. I think right now it's sort of up to Hikaru to come up with the precise moves. If he doesn't, it feels like it's definitely easier to play for Hikaru. They're saying queen g3 is the endgame move, and then I guess queen h6 will be a chance reply. It's going to stop white from castling. Maybe then the move 92 so we can get castled. But either way, it's very, very complicated and very difficult to figure out what is going on here. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen.
How about we have a tour of what's going on elsewhere?
Yeah, for sure. So which game do you want to have a look at?
Well, we could start once again with the other game in this group. Also, still very early doors. We're only on move 12 there. Not so much has happened since we last checked in.
Indeed, yeah. So Esipenko plays the move e5, putting some pressure on the center. But the move e5 is kind of interesting. Black never really wants to take on d4 with either pawn, because then white... Let's make a random move. Let's say white goes queen e2. Black never really wants to take here, because then we take with the c pawn and our bishop becomes more active. But he's just sort of putting the white there, putting the pawn there, and discouraging the move e4 by white, because then white loses control over the d4 pawn. So black's just sort of putting this pawn there, and then he's going to continue with moves like bishop e7, rook c8, rook fe8. I guess I would still prefer white because of the two bishops, but definitely a very interesting strategic fight ahead there. And actually, as we speak, queen g3 is on the board by Hikaru. So now I do expect queen h6 by HN.
Yeah, black for sure is not interested in trading queens, and queen h6 makes the most sense just to stop queenside's castle. So we'll see how quickly Etienne makes that decision, but queen h6, the move we're expecting. Maybe we can have a quick look at Group B. Starting, why don't we start with Rapport Wojtaszek?
Yeah, so Wojtaszek, the leader of this group, actually he went for something completely different than what we had expected. So after knight c3, he did bring out the bishop to g4. Queen b3 came from Rapport, knight bd7, h3, bishop b6, knight f3, c5, queen a3, rook fc8, castle. So here the move c5 is quite surprising to me, because black will very often have to deal with the isolated pawn on d5. Knight e2 by Rapport, moving the other knight to d4. It's looking quite pleasant for white, I think. I mean, d5 is always weak, and white is nicely controlling the critical squares in the position. The one question is though, like, how are you ever going to try to win the pawn on d5? But white should be better for sure.
Yeah, it's, I guess, a very long-term advantage, which later on, there's no rush. This game is going to go on for a long time. I guess Richard very happy with this little long-term advantage, and we can see what's happening in the other game, the Russian clash between Oparin and Fedoseev, where h4 has just appeared on the board.
And we do have more moves in the Hikaru game. He played queen g3.
So let's go back there. Yeah.
Queen h6 and h4, potentially preparing the move h5, but the bar does not like this at all. It's showing a minus 0.69 advantage for black.
I see what you did there.
Well, it's the bar. Well, that's definitely not nice, you guys. But I mean, what should Hikaru do here? I mean, I don't even see what the point is of h4, to be quite honest. Maybe queen g5 in some cases.
That's what I was thinking, yeah, try and get the queens off.
Because let's say black goes bishop d7, maybe we do go queen g5. Because after this trade, the pawn on g5 actually quite nicely holds the king side, and we can always go knight e4 to protect it.
Yeah, so I guess as black, let's try and come back and do something. This is not what we want. So
Indeed.
How do we fight against queen g5?
Yeah, and actually here we have them on the main camera. Here we see Hikaru walking around. People were saying that bishop e3 is good for black. I mean, it stops the move queen g5, and then once again the king is kind of stuck here in the center. I mean, I guess h5 cannot be too concerning for black, because black always has here, and after queen g4 he always has to move f5. So I don't know, I don't like it for Hikaru, and we see HN thinking here in this position. Yeah, it's getting extremely critical for Hikaru indeed. 37 minutes for Hikaru, 107
yeah,
for...
Time is a concern, but I mean, it's really a position where with every move the evaluation has been changing. For example, bishop e3, okay, seems to be the best move, but what if bishop e3 isn't played? Then suddenly things are looking up again. Like, it's such a thin line. Like, I think here in positions like these, and Benjamin, you can maybe chime in as well, but it doesn't mean, like, the computer evaluation doesn't mean so much. When you say you don't like it so much for Hikaru, that's based more on the human feeling rather than on that engine evaluation, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. It just feels like I don't really see his king getting to safety anytime soon. That's sort of the main concern I'm having here. There we see Bakrot giving him a little stare. But F5 by Bakrot on the board. So if white goes queen g5 now, he does get the queens off, but he does not have the move knight e4 available anymore. So black could play something like bishop e3, and then the pawn on g5 would be lost. So f5 also a good move by Bakrot.
You're saying also a good move, but the chat is calling it out as another inaccuracy.
Blunder. Yep. All right, so let's see. I guess after f5, if white goes h5 here, h5 probably doesn't have a threat, and black could at the very least play something like bishop to b8, chasing the queen away from the g file. So then what should white do instead? I mean, this endgame after queen g5, I don't really like it, because black just takes and goes bishop e3, and black gets back the pawn and then has the bishop pair. So then what should Hikaru do here is the big question.
What if we return to the same knight d2 idea?
Yeah, I like that idea, to try to get queenside castling in anyway. Yeah, okay. Yeah, knight d2. So then we want to castle on the next move. So let's say, what does black do? I mean, maybe a move like bishop b8, hitting the queen. If we go to f2, maybe black can just try to repeat with these moves.
Yeah, this would be a very interesting moment to find out who of the players, are they both happy to repeat? Is Etienne going to try for more? Can Hikaru avoid the repetition, or is that do you think he would be best advised to take it here?
Yeah, well, it's good to point out that for Hikaru, a draw, it's not ideal result. I mean, a win would be huge here for him, but it's not the end of the world. He stays on +1, but on the other hand, Etienne might indeed be tempted to try and go for more and get back to 50%, have a chance in the group. So that is
especially with this time situation. I don't know, with Bakrot again. I think, okay, if you're in the Grand Prix, you want to try, and I think most likely he wouldn't repeat. But then again, if you don't repeat, what do you do? It's not so obvious to find a way forward.
Indeed, yeah, because if you play a move like bishop d7, I guess we just go queenside castles, and white should be better. I mean, we're still up a pawn, so we can't be too concerned about that. So, okay, bishop e8 is probably, okay, I wouldn't say a clear repetition, but definitely, you know, a good possibility he has. Because I don't see where else white can go with the queen. Everything else just feels very awkward. So yeah, let's see.
Instead of bishop b8, can I would love to start using those central pawns. Let me see. Yeah, e5. Am I blundering something big there?
No, but it does give white a time to castle. So I don't think it's right. Yeah, I guess if e4, white is just in time to throw in a check, and after king h8, get out of dodge with a move like king to b1, and white should be doing fine here. But yeah, Hikaru getting a bit low on the clock. He has 33 minutes here after 20 moves. So let's see what he will come up with.
Yeah, today is a very close. All the games, I was clicking quickly through all the other groups. You can feel the tension rising with every single round, I think. We're now into the second half of the double round robin, and it very much feels like every win now or every loss can end my tournament.
Oh, 92 by Hikaru on the board, by the way, as we speak. Yeah, now's the big question. So we said that bishop e8 is probably the correct move here for Bakrot. I think everything hinges on the next two moves. If Bakrot makes, let's say, a random move like bishop d7, right? Then I think after queenside castles, Hikaru is in very good shape. So Bakrot has to come with something very, very quickly. Otherwise, Hikaru should have a nice advantage.
What do you think the chances are that we will see a repetition here with bishop e8, bishop a7?
Good question. Bishop e8 does feel slightly unnatural though, in a way. I think the chances are quite low, because I would think that HM might want to go for more, given the clock situation and the tournament situation, especially.
And I see Chad is asking, what about Queen G5? I think we looked at this, right? If Bishop B8, Queen G5.
Indeed, yeah.
I think we just didn't like that for white because black can capture. It wasn't maybe in this exact line. Let's see.
Right.
So if Bishop B8, Queen G5.
I mean, I get that is a good question, because we now have Knight f3 to support a pawn there, I guess. I think Queen G5 is an interesting move, because indeed if we trade and let's say black goes Bishop f4 here we have the move Knight f3 available, and we hang on to the extra pawn. Yeah, I don't know, to me it makes a lot of sense, because let's say maybe black goes here, and if we castle, maybe there's a move like rook takes a3. And if takes something like this, looks very scary.
It looks terrifying.
Yeah. So then the question is, what would you do after queen to g7? Because then the queen is suddenly a bit out of place.
So yeah, Queen G4, an interesting option, and I was wrong. Yeah, black will in that case suddenly not capture anymore because white can hold on to the pawn. There's so much to be considered here, and it also just tells you that even after Bishop B8, potentially Hikaru could try Queen G5.
Indeed, yeah. But I think it would make a lot of sense for Hikaru to, let's say HM would go Bishop B8, to at least repeat the position once, gain a little bit of time on the clock, get closer to the time control, and then see. So after Queen f2, does black have any good possibilities maybe to avoid the repetition?
So let's see. Queen f2. Once again, the problem is just that if white gets to castle, then so what if we go Queen G7 now? And the idea that my idea is if you castle, I might once again take on the a3.
Yeah, very nice idea. And actually after Queen G7, there's also some tactics connected to maybe moving this knight all of a sudden, and then Bishop G3, winning the queen. I don't know, maybe a move like knight to f3, and then, like, let's say black makes a random move like Bishop D7. Maybe here we can castle, because let's say you sacrifice here. I always have the move Queen D4 after you take on C3, I would think. This might work for white.
That's a nice point, yeah. I mean, it's just such a tricky position because you cannot make long-term plans. In other positions, sometimes, especially if your opponent is thinking, you're like, okay, what's my plan going to be? But here, it's such a concrete position and everything is like move by move by move.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Bakrot will come up with. Yeah, to us, Bishop E8 does look like the right move. But yeah, he hasn't played it just yet.
Do you want to have a quick look maybe at some other group?
Sure, yeah. So let's keep looking around.
Which group would you like to start with?
Alright, so let's have a real quick look. So no moves yet in the game between Grischuk and Esipenko yet, both players in the tank. So let's have a look at the game between Rapport and Wojtasek. Nothing really happened here either. I mean, black says isolated pawn. The Wojtasek and Rapport is group B, right?
Yeah.
So let's pull up the other game in that group. That is the game between Oparin and Fedoseev. Very interesting game. White has pushed the H-pawn up the board, but the big question is, what has White really gained from that? I think this game can really go either way.
Yeah, it's always, raise a good point that h-pawn, a lot of people I think get excited when the pawn starts going to h4, then to h5, and then the question is what next, because h6 will be met by g6, I guess, and that's sort of the end of the road for that h-pawn. And now, well, white still has the king in the center, I guess. Now that h4, h5 has been played, it's unlikely that white will castle kingside, but then my question is, what do you do with the white king?
Indeed, yeah, because queenside castling also doesn't look attractive because we push these pawns all the way up the board. I mean, maybe we just keep the king in the center for now, because the center is fairly closed, but that is indeed a very good question. And also we should point out that Fedoseev has 1 hour and 5 minutes on the clock, and Grigori only has 23 minutes on the clock, so that is definitely an issue for Oparin. In the meantime, yeah, so I kind of like Black's chances, practically speaking, given the fact that he's up 40 minutes.
I mean, in this case, the time situation really is a huge problem. We're only on move 16, 24 moves to go. So from a practical point of view, I agree with you. You've got to like Fedoseev's chances, and this game as well, both players desperately looking for the win, especially Oparin, who is currently bottom of the group on 1 out of 3. If he doesn't get a win here with the white pieces, his chances are pretty much gone. So we'll see what happens here, but exciting position. And then maybe we can have a quick look at Jan Bakrot still thinking. So quick look at group C. Yeah.
So group C, let's pull up Vidit versus Aronian. This looks fairly drawish. Both sides have 4 pawns, a rook and a bishop. I mean, the question is the pawn on c4 a weakness or an asset? I mean, maybe potentially it can be a weakness, but I don't even see how white could win that pawn. Black should be drawing this pretty comfortably, because I would think the worst that can happen to black is, let's say these bishops get traded and white somehow wins a pawn on c4, but then I'm still pretty confident that Lavon should hold the 4 versus 3 rook endgame. So I don't see Vidit winning this, so I mean, that should be good for Lavon.
And sorry, Benjamin, I know we just came from there, but let's for 1 second go back to Oparin Fedoseev, because just after we left, Oparin played the move King D1. Chat was saying Oparin blunder, mouse slip. It's funny, because if it was an online game, we might assume it was a mouse slip, but here... oh, and we have Bishop B8, so we'll see what happens there, but maybe just what do you think about the move King D1?
Yeah, King D1 is very interesting for sure. I don't think it was a mouse slip. I mean, I think he wanted to keep the rook on A1, which always defends a pawn on A4, but he still wants to move the king to something like C2. The bar does not like this though, it's giving a big advantage for black, but the question is why? Like maybe something along the lines of taking on E4 and then something like bishop G4, putting pressure along this diagonal. Could be critical for white, or something like, wait, actually what happens if black trades and goes queen G4? Because here I don't see how you defend a pawn on G2. Because if you go rook to G1, all of a sudden there's rook takes F3, and if you take that rook, your rook on G1 is hanging. And after queen G4, you also cannot play queen F1, because then you hang the pawn on E4. So Grigori potentially in some trouble, because if you lose G2, it feels like your position is collapsing.
Yeah, not just trouble on the clock, also on the board. We'll come back here for sure. For now, let's go back to Hikaru. I see a lot of people in the chat have given up on this game, say it's a draw already, but we talked about this, Benjamin. I really don't think that bishop b8, first of all, Etienne could still change, and Hikaru is also, of course, not forced to go to f2. So I don't think bishop b8 is necessarily an indication that we'll see a draw soon here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do think, however, that Hikaru should probably go to the f2 square. but then Chen once again has some options. As we said, queen g7 is an option. He could go for the repetition and just ask Hikaru like, what do you want to do? But at the very least, Hikaru would get 2 moves closer to the time control, gain some time on the clock if he wants to deviate. And once again, Hikaru is in the lead, so he doesn't have to risk anything. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, a move like queen h3 or queen f3 doesn't look too appealing to me. I mean, I would think after queen f3, that does allow something like knight e5 with a tempo for black. So I don't like that move. Queen h3 allows knight f4 with a tempo. So I would think if he wants to deviate, maybe something in the position after queen f2 and bishop a7. But I don't know what, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like if Hikaru wants to play, it's probably more in this position. Yeah, that maybe maybe here, because after, as you're saying, after queen f2, bishop a7, it's hard to find a better square than g3.
Right, yeah. So I think maybe what Hikaru should do is just go queen f2 and after bishop a7, queen g3, and then just sort of put it on Chen, in the sense that Chen is last in the group. Does he really just want to make a draw here and take away all his chances of progressing to the knockout stage, or does Chen play on?
Yeah, I think for Hikaru actually a draw might not be a bad result in this spot, especially with the time situation. I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru plays queen f2 and says to Etienne, do you really want to draw here?
Indeed, yeah.
I think that's what probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, but he's got to go here. He has 32 minutes on the clock, still 19 more minutes to the time control. I said Chen.
I see that finger do. That's a bit harsh. In the chat is saying draw against Bakrot with white is bad AF. Don't be so disrespecting to Etienne Bakrot. Maybe Etienne was before your time, but we talked about it on previous days. I think his rating does not do his strength justice. Etienne's such an experienced top GM and very, very strong player in his own right. So don't just look at the ratings.
Indeed, yeah. But of course, I mean, on paper, it's not the result Hikaru wants. I mean, he's white against the lowest seed in the group. He definitely would want to win here, but oh, sorry. Well, he definitely would want a win here, but sometimes it's just not in the position. And after bishop a7, I don't see it. So I think it's really up to Chen whether he wants to draw or not. So let's say Chen does not go bishop a7, right? We talked about this before. We said queen g7. Are there maybe any other options black has?
Okay, so let's see what else. What else do we even want to? Which of the bishop from c8? Of course, I would like to get that out. Oh, and
bishop
queen
a7.
f2 and bishop a7 played instantly. Well, not instantly, but very quickly.
Indeed, yeah, that's on the board. And actually we see here the players on camera. So yeah, I guess Hikaru could go to g3, and after bishop a7, bishop e8, he could go back to f2. Then after bishop a7, try to come up with something else. At least he gained some time on the clock. I think that would probably be the correct practical decision instead of trying to figure it out here. Because he could still come back and then deviate, because that will only be a 2-time repetition.
Because let's say he deviates here, let's say queen e2.
Right, yeah, that's definitely a move for sure. I don't think he has to be too worried about something like knight f4, and actually queen g3 has been played by Hikaru. He probably senses that he just has to move here. Once again, a draw is not the end of the world. It really then hinges on how Esipenko and Esipenko and Grischuk do in their direct encounter.
And yeah, I see that Kazamanian is saying way too early to call a draw. Plenty of time for someone to make a mistake. The thing is, so we've had once a repetition. That's why we're talking about the draw. If Etienne goes bishop e8 and Hikaru goes queen f2 back and forth, then the draw will be agreed. But we are not there just yet. First, it's Etienne to move. He doesn't have to drop back to b8. And even if he does, Hikaru also still can deviate. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Etienne does, I have to say.
For sure, but I guess Hikaru knows that going crazy here and taking too much risk doesn't make too much sense. Once again, he's in the lead in the group. So if it's a draw, you know, it's not the end of the world, you move on. But a loss, yeah, I mean, that just wouldn't make any sense. It will really depend on how Grischuk and Esipenko will do in their game. If one of those two will win, they will catch up with Hikaru in the group. So we'll just have to wait and see. But there will still be 2 more games to be played.
Yeah, for sure. And well, Hikaru, the last 2 games tomorrow is the rest day, but the day after tomorrow, another big game for Hikaru. His last game with the white pieces against the top seed in the group, Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, that game will be very important for the standings for sure. Yeah, we'll just have to see how that goes.
What's your prediction? Will we see a repetition here or not?
I think Etienne will play on. Sort of what bishop e8 on the board. Okay, Hikaru, I guess, will go for queen f2. I would think that Hikaru must... Yeah, queen f2 by Hikaru. But I guess we will see bishop e8 and queen f2 played shortly on the live feed. But then once again, what does Etienne do? But yeah, if he just makes a draw here, he doesn't have any chance of moving on anymore. I would think this is really sort of his chance to create an imbalanced position.
On the other hand, of course, let's not forget he is playing black against Hikaru. Tomorrow he is white against Andrei Esipenko, so he could say, okay, this draw here, with on paper not a bad result. Let's try and beat Esipenko with white tomorrow and then go all in the last game. But of course, it's a risky strategy, and I'm seeing that the chat also thinks that Hikaru is quite frustrated as well.
Yeah, Hikaru does not look happy. I mean, quite understandably so. Once again, if you're playing the low seed in the group with white pieces, you want nothing else than a win. But yeah, like you said, Bakrot could just take a draw here and then try in the remaining 2 games. But the thing is he gonna get as good as chances as today? Probably not, right? So if he wants to have a chance, he should go for it now. Otherwise, I think he cannot really expect to win the last 2 games, especially since he also has black against Grischuk. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Bishop a7, by the way, is not yet a3 full, but after bishop a7, Hikaru could claim if he would want to with queen g3.
Yeah, so if Etienne wants to play on, this is his last chance to not go bishop a7.
Yeah.
Once again, it's just so hard to find alternatives. We looked at queen g7. The problem is for both players, if they play on, both of them run quite a big risk.
Right, yeah. I just don't see how Hikaru could play on here. I think at this point he's sort of resign himself, so to speak, to the draw if Etienne will go bishop a7. And I think it's really up to Bakrot, whether Bakrot wants to deviate or not.
And also, if he wants to deviate, he should do it quite soon, to at least keep the time edge.
Indeed, yeah, because after bishop a7, you don't want to think for too long and then come up with a different move, because then you're in a complicated position with little time. But he still could. He still could play a move like Queen F3. It's not a draw just yet, you guys. Don't think this game is over. But I mean, there is a good chance he might just take the repetition. But we'll just have to find out. I think.
So we will see. For those of you who are new to chess and you're wondering, so what's going on? Why could we see a draw here? So this is what we call threefold repetition in chess. If a position gets repeated 3 times, the player can claim a draw. So that's what's going on. If Etienne in this position goes once again bishop a7, then Hikaru, the way it works is you have to claim the draw before making your next move. So Hikaru would have to call the arbiter, stop the clock, call the arbiter and say, I'm about to make the move Queen G3, which will be a threefold. So is that a draw? Yeah, take note. I hope you've enjoyed my technical explanation there. So that's what's going on.
Indeed, yeah. If it's a threefold repetition, you can claim a draw. Right.
I mean, it's funny to see the note-taking frog because even I think sometimes some top players don't know exactly how to claim a draw. I think even in the recently concluded Vaikanze, there was one of these spots, but the player didn't claim before he made a move, and then it's always
really
a bit of a mess. So those rules, you have to know them really well. It's not always so easy. Note-taking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it's called. Pipo-G.
Pipo-G, yeah, Pipo-G.
I can't keep up with Twitch lingo, I'm sorry.
Come on. Pipo-G is still pretty basic, yeah. But indeed, if you want to claim a draw, you have to write down your move first, then call the arbiter. Wait, before you make your move, write down the move, call the arbiter by stopping the clock. Wait, okay. Wait, let me try this again. So before you make your move, you write down your move, then you stop the clock, call the arbiter, and then you say, arbiter, I want to play, let's say, this position, I want to play Queen to G3, which is a threefold repetition. I claim a draw. And then the arbiter will either check the live feed or the score sheets and will determine whether it's a draw or not.
Exactly. And for those of you, I do have BTTV enabled, but it's just I see all of them. I just don't know even the most basic ones. Like,
yeah, what are those
I can recognize them, but I don't know what they're called. Huh?
Big frog and big cat. Like, what are those?
And yeah, so Etienne is still thinking. I see, by the way, from the corner of my eye that things have already gone completely wrong for Oparin. Just one move after we left, and his position is seems to be completely lost now after c4.
Right, and as we speak, the move bishop a7 has just been played by Bakrot, so the game could just end right here. Hikaru could claim a draw if he would want to. So we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, it's not the ideal result, but sometimes you just have to play the position, you know, and if there's nothing better, then so be it.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I think Hikaru will take the repetition, and I'm curious what he is going to be telling us, because I think clearly Etienne did surprise him a little bit with his g5, and then the position was just really double-edged all the time. Like, even we here watching from home, one move, it was like, oh, we're like white, then the next move was played, we like black. So I'm curious what his assessment was while playing the game.
Indeed. So let's see, we don't have a move here yet, nor, you know, a draw. Hikaru could, of course, take his time here. He could literally let his clock tick down to 1 second and then claim the draw. So let's see.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is gonna. Also, Hikaru mentioned yesterday, you know, that he had no interest in playing that one endgame, which he felt he might have, you know, the tiniest, but that Grischuk was gonna hold, and he said, I don't want to waste 2 hours. And I think maybe he'll feel the same way here. I think if he already repeated those couple of times, I don't think he's going to play on. I think the position is just too risky.
And as we speak, it looks like Vidit and Aronian have drawn their game. We can see them on the live camera here discussing, and it's really difficult to imagine anything else but a draw here. So, I mean, good result for Levon. He, you know, keeps one of his main competitors in his group. I don't know even how to call it, but he sort of just controls Vidit with the black pieces, makes a solid draw there, and keeps his lead. Yeah, I think to 1 point, because even if Dubov wins, he will be 1 point behind him. So, good result for Levon.
Yeah, I think Levon probably feels like he can draw his way out of the pool. On the black side, of course, a draw against Vidit anyway is a very solid result. Levon will be black again tomorrow against Vincent Keimer. I don't think we will see Levon take any kind of risk. I think his focus is make it out of the group, qualify to the semifinals. I don't think he'll be so interested in, let's try and beat Keimer's black and try and get those rating points. I think his focus is, I'll do whatever it takes to qualify from the group.
Indeed, yeah, I just expect him to play solid against Keimer. No need to take unnecessary risks. And we see Hikaru here on the live feed. He's probably not happy, but probably he realizes that Queen G3 is kind of what he has to do, given that the position on the board is quite tricky. If he tries to get out of the repetition, and also the situation on the clock is not ideal. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see whether he will make the draw here or does something else.
Yeah, I think, well, I already said that I thought he was going to repeat anyway, but you're making a great point with the clock situation. If he wants to play on, he has to do it quite. I think with every minute that goes by, it becomes more likely that the moves get repeated. There's a question in the chat from Seth. Is Queen F3 a move?
Queen F3 is a move. Good question. Maybe black just goes something like 95, hitting the queen, and then puts a knight on G4. And here things are still not easy, because if you castle in this position, then you get forked, you lose the exchange. So, yeah, no ideal options here for white. He's looking, he's not looking happy, but I don't know.
He's turning around. Did something happen? Who's sitting behind him? Maybe Hikaru. Another thing, he wants to take a look at what's going on between Grischuk and Esipenko before making up his mind on whether to go for the repetition or not.
Right. Yeah. But
it's still too early. I mean, in that other game, they are only on move 14. The position is still in the balance, so I don't think that is going to help him. I think it's impossible to know at the moment what will happen in the other game.
For sure.
Could also be that he was looking for the arbiter. That's a very good point made in the chat.
Right, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's not easy with the camera. We wish they would put him on full screen to sort of see exactly what is the emotion, because usually if the player decides to repeat, you can sort of see them go through the motion with the body language of, looking at the score sheet, thinking, what is this? A little bit of frustration, and then, coming to terms.
For sure, yeah.
And look, just as I say that, we see that I didn't, because I'm watching the video, of course, with a little bit of delay on the stream, but just as I said that, Hikaru started looking at the score sheet.
Yeah, no, I think he's just, probably just making sure that it is a draw. So let's check. So we're talking about the position after Bishop A7, Queen G3. So Queen G3 is potentially the third time. So let's count. So knight d2, this is 1. 2. Yeah, this would be a 3-time repetition. So Hikaru could claim the draw here. Might be his best option, especially given the fact that he has 22 minutes. I mean, you don't want to go for a long think here. Let's say you get down to 5 minutes and then you go queen g3. And then HN is like, well, given the fact that you only have 5 minutes, I'm going to make a different move. So he might just claim the draw here himself. He's not looking happy. But yeah.
I think it's exactly what you're saying. On paper, this is not the result that he was hoping for, and especially if he draws now, you know, it's only 2 hours into the game, and it feels like he never really got anything. Oh, and we have an interview.
Gatti and Grandma. Ready to stream? So joining us this afternoon, the first game that's finished, Pool C, Grandmasters Vidit Gudati and Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Levon, I expect you're happy with the results. Could you take us through the game and tell us the key moments of the relation, specifically this Queen B6 idea that might have surprised your opponent?
Yeah, well, I have analyzed this, of course, to play with white actually, and also from the black side, it's kind of a solid line for black. And the conclusion that I had was that it's maybe a tiny bit better for white, but nothing really special. I think it's just important in this type of positions just to play precisely, because there is a strategical risk. After all, there is the c5 pawn that is kind of weak, so I have to act fast. So I thought this a5, a4 was a correct idea.
Vidit, it must be tough to come to a game and see your opponent blitz out 20 moves as fast as ever. How do you react to that situation? And specifically when he played Queen B6, all these calculations that took you nearly half an hour. Could you explain a bit your thought process at that point?
Yeah, when he played Queen B6, I could not recall all my analysis. So I thought, okay, let me just think and find moves like old style. But what I played maybe is not the most testing. It's tiny bit better for white, but too many pieces have been exchanged. And as he played very precisely this a5, a4. And I mean, the best case scenario for me is to get 4 versus 3 rook endgame, which is a theoretical draw. So yeah, I mean, I did not get much from the opening. Symbolically better, but yeah, I couldn't do much about it.
And a last question for Levon. Obviously, when you play bishop f6, you'd more or less already calculated this ending would be a clear draw, yes?
I don't really need to calculate, because most of us will know that even 4 against 3, this f7, f6, h pawns are very strong, and it's normally unpenetratable, this position. It's normally a draw.
So we can actually say that the double pawns might be even stronger in some situations than the normal structure.
In 4 against 3, they are.
It's very instructive for the viewers. Thanks for both of you for coming to the press conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. And as we speak, the game between Hikaru and Bakrot, but it shows like it is. And wait, maybe chess.com showed an automatic draw. Actually, we have another interview with Dina and Vidit. But it is the game between Grischuk and Esipenko. Okay, it's saying.
So it looks like they skipped away from the interview. After all, the result, by the way, is now official.
Drama on Twitter about the spelling of the name. And while mentioning this topic, I would also like to ask you:
so hopefully Hikaru will come on for an interview soon. But here we have the interview.
Well, It's funny that yesterday after the game I go on Twitter and I see people are discussing this rather than anything else. So I was very surprised to know that. And the good thing I've realized after 1 year of streaming is that some things have to be left as a mystery. It's better that way. So I'll let people guess and figure it out what's my real name.
Now, could you tell us, please, how close is your friendship, close and stable, with Anish Giri?
I don't know how stable it is, but let's say we do get along sometimes. Actually, I think we started working because we were of the same age at some point, and then we don't work anymore.
We were of the same age at some point.
We have a good banter. I think he's the only one who can take jokes on himself. So, and that gives him the permission to make jokes on us as well. So, I think this is a very friendly banter which we have.
Now, could you tell us, please, in your personal opinion, obviously it's a provocative question, you don't have to answer, but who do you think has done more in the last years for the popularization of Indian chess between Sagar and Samay?
I'm not going to answer this. I have to go back to India, after these tournaments. I'm going to leave it to the audience.
And my final question is, who is your favorite female chess player whose games you like to watch?
I remember reading Judith's book. She wrote, I think, 3 volumes. And when I was going through the games, I really enjoyed some of her victories. So yeah, Judith.
All right, thank you so much and good luck for tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's the first day.
Yeah.
Good luck for the day after tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right,
so
the interview
I'm back. As you can see, that's the first draw, and
these questions are always funny. I know that Dina is taking a lot of inspiration from Twitter. I saw she was asking for people to share their questions. It's definitely a refreshing kind of interview.
Yeah, Vidit. Actually, as we speak, we have the interview with Bacrot and Hikaru.
The game is ended in a draw.
And then we will look at the game. So that's what I was told.
Finish the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Grandmaster Etienne Bakrot of Pool A. The game is ended in a draw. Etienne, the second French defense you used in the tournament. You don't generally play this defense. Is it a special preparation for the Grand Prix?
No, I sometimes play French because I'm French. So it's the only reason why I play, because it's not in my style, but okay, what to do?
You're happy with
I told you guys.
Game went out with this interesting G5 idea. I suppose that was planned for today, yes?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I prepared G5 for today. It's a little dubious move, but over the board, it's not so easy for white to play. This knight b3 was not the best move, but I think from Hikaru.
It's just an endgame otherwise, no? It's just an endgame otherwise, no?
Yes, okay, very slightly better for white. There is knight db5 or rook d5
like
or rook d1, I think.
No, but rook d1, knight g6.
Yeah, long castle.
Yeah, but knight g6, and how do I avoid the trade of all the pieces?
Queen e4?
Yeah, queen e4, f5?
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, so no, because I only saw queen d3, and you can even change everything on d4, and I mean, don't see how white can really be better there.
Actually, my question for you was when he played g5, your opponent Etienne, you went in deep thought, so you calculated the whole variation up to a bishop takes x6, or were you considering different options?
Okay, I didn't want to play knight f3. Let's put it that way. I was trying to make something else work, and then at some point I thought that I think there are other moves that are playable, but I couldn't make it work. And then I'm just like, why am I going to do this? After I thought for 20 minutes, when I saw that I can at least play knight f3, but somehow there's probably something better. Clearly, Etienne wasn't expecting this knight b3 move, I guess, because I thought castles, knight g6, queen e4, f5. Even queen d3, e5, and I don't know. Probably white's fine, but I don't know how I can really be better in an endgame where black is 2 bishops, basically. So, probably the computers will show that we both did something wrong. But somehow after bishop a6, I thought I might be better, but it's still very complicated. This whole queen h4, queen h6, and I mean, again, maybe the computer will say there's some G3 Knight D2 in some magic way that white gets castled and white's better, but I mean, practically already with like a half hour or less, I found it, I don't think I could have found the best moves, yeah.
But okay, it was, computer is giving some slight plus, but it's very difficult to play over the board. Also give some chances for black. And okay, then immediately I blundered the pawn on a6.
That wasn't part of your preparation. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I thought too. I thought this was a blunder, but then after this queen h4, suddenly it's like it's still very, very
No, but of course I have two bishops.
Yeah.
Okay, white king is not going, is staying in the center. Of course, it's quite. Even if I blunder this pawn, I win 1.5 tempo. So it's not.
Final question for Hikaru again. Going to the rest day tomorrow, you're for the moment leading the group with 2.5 out of 4. Are you happy with your performance up to now?
Yeah, I mean, I think if today's situation was different, probably I would have played on, and maybe I would have won, maybe I would have lost. I think both results were very, very possible. But yeah, it didn't seem like the right situation to go crazy, especially with limited time. So I mean, to be in the lead after 4 rounds is always good because I don't think I expected that coming into it. So yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, enjoy your rest day tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, you guys. So that was the interview of Hikaru and Bakrot. Hopefully Hikaru will join us shortly for an interview. But we are going to be taking a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. Hopefully Hikaru will join us soon. And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, Hikaru already drew his game. So what does that mean for the standings?
Well, for the standings in his group, which is Pool A, means that Hikaru currently remains in the lead. He is on +1, so 2.5 out of 4. He won his game against Esipenko, drew 3 other games. But there is a crucial game still going, the other game in this pool, Grischuk with the white pieces against Esipenko. If any of the players wins that game, they will catch Hikaru in the lead. So a lot at stake here.
Indeed, yeah, I give Grischuk pretty good chances to win here. It's looking quite pleasant for him. He has the 2 bishops. This pawn on e5 is always quite a target. This pawn on c5 as well. So, I mean, this position, Esipenko doesn't really have too much going for him. And also, Grischuk is up 7 minutes on the clock. So I give him very, very good chances to win here and then catch up with Hikaru.
Yeah. Well, of course, still a long way from that, but the position looking good. The time is a miracle. I'm seeing in the chat that apparently we missed an interview between Gina and Hikaru, so we can look that up.
Let me try to pull that up.
Sure.
Indeed. There was an interview? Oh, wait, yeah, there was. Okay, I'll try to pull it up. Give me a second.
And remember, Genghis Khan used his prime. Today we cannot get anyone low on time, but if you have Amazon Prime, check that. You get 1 subscription free per month.
Right, so let's pull up the Hikaru interview with Dina.
I know you have already discussed it a lot, but would you be so kind to explain to our prehistorical audience what does a juicer in chess mean?
Okay, it means any piece on the board. It's a term from Twitch. I mean, everybody who's been on Twitch knows what it is. Everyone who's on YouTube knows what it is. Just get the juice, plain and simple.
All right. What advice would you give to a 20-year-old you?
I take chess more seriously. Don't party so much.
When you were only starting streaming, were there some moments in your life when you were not so motivated or you didn't feel that it would be a success afterwards?
Well, you know, I think anybody who starts in live streaming, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, you kind of go into it as sort of a leap of faith. It's something you do, and you really have to, I think, get luckier and be in the right place at the right time for something to happen. I mean, if you look at so many of the big streamers, I'll just use like a couple examples, like XQC or Pokimane, for example. I mean, they started for the first year, they did not have more than a couple hundred viewers. So, I mean, I think it's something like, it's a leap of faith, but I think with everything in life, you work hard and you position yourself right, good things seem to happen. I think you can use that with live streaming, definitely in business, having the right idea and being in the right place at the right time is critical. And also, I think, even in chess for that matter, you work hard and you hope that you get the right invitation and you perform when it really matters. So, I had no expectations when I did it. It was just a way to make a little bit of side change from chess.com. And I think when the pandemic started, of course, there was that opportunity with XQC, and that, really changed the course of history for chess.
Now, as a chess professional, have you ever fired a second?
Oh, yeah, of course I have, obviously. I think chess, you have to have many skills, and I think one of the most important skills is being able to pick your trainers and the people who work with you and what sort of vibes you have. I think if you look at the recent World Championship match, Magnus obviously made a lot of very good decisions, and I don't think that Jan made bad decisions, but I think it seemed all about the chess, and there was very little else going on. So it's one of the most important things you have to do as a professional chess player, picking strong seconds, and some people do it better than others for sure.
All right, so tomorrow's the rest day, title Tuesday?
We'll see. I don't actually know at the moment. I'm definitely a little bit tired. Again, I think it really depends on what my mindset is when I go back and look at this game, because I have a feeling either I'm going to be very happy with the way I played, or I'm going to be very unhappy with the way I played, and I think that probably will dictate whether I play tomorrow or not.
So hopefully you will be happy and do have a good rest.
Yeah, I'm happy with the result, but again, like I said, when I look at the computer, as I said, if it shows some small edge or about equal, then I'll probably be in a good mood, and I think it's more likely than not I'll play tomorrow. If, however, I miss something pretty obvious where it's like +1 or something, then maybe it'll be different.
Anyway, do have a good rest for tomorrow.
Sure, thank you.
All right, yeah, that was the interview with Hikaru. And Dina, let's hope he can join us for an interview here soon.
He's not gonna be too unhappy. That last thing he said, he would check with the computer. I think by the time he joins us, probably he will have had a quick look, or Chris will have told him. I think probably maybe the biggest thing, would you say, was that moment with knight b5, or what do you think was?
Right,
if there was
yeah.
a moment he might have regrets, what do you think that might be?
Yeah, so knight b3 was not the right move, but after that he doesn't really have much to regret. He had indeed that weird move knight db5, and also long castles, which he did not evaluate quite correctly, it seemed, from the interview. But yeah, hopefully he can share his thoughts when he will join us for an interview.
I was shocked, actually, that previous interview of Hikaru and Etienne. I was shocked that Etienne just blundered the pawn on a6. I thought it was part of the plan, but Etienne in that case was quite lucky, because sometimes when you blunder a pawn, the game is gone. But in this case, he was lucky that there is plenty of play for him.
All right, yeah, and indeed. But actually, as we speak, we see that Daniel Dubov has already won his game with white pieces against Vincent Keimer. So Daniel gets back to 50%. Vincent having a tough turn. Oh wait, actually, as we speak, they're up for an interview. Let's pull it up.
Keimer, Daniel.
Yes.
So our guest this afternoon, the second game of Pool C, Grandmasters Daniel Dubov and Grandmaster Vincent Keimer. Daniel, a fine game from my point of view. Could you take us through the main moments of the opening, and when you sensed that the game was going your way?
Yeah, in general, this is just nowadays. Yeah, it's pretty much the scenario we had in the first game with sides reverse. Basically, White was very well prepared, and just changed a lot. Yeah, Karakan used to be really fighting opening, but now if you repeat it, or the Slavs that I played, sometimes you'll just run into something like this. Yeah, when his opponent will keep banging moves, and then if you play 15 only moves in a row, then it's a draw, and if you play 14, you're suffering, and if you play less, then you resign. This was pretty much the scenario. I think Rook b8 is correct. Rook b8 is sort of okay. And then instead of g5, as far as I remember, Black is supposed to play something else, king d7 maybe, or something. But yeah, then it's a bit strange. As the game lasted for like three or four moves after that, but I felt like I spoiled it a little. Maybe rook d4 was not optimal. Rook b6 is a blunder, of course, but instead of rook b6, I started to worry a little about h5 or even knight c8. Rook b4 was my point, but then I realized actually black can sacrifice a piece, and the game somehow continues. It has to be lost. I agree with Winston, but yeah, anyway, it's pretty much an opening win, of course.
Okay. Vincent, I saw you were shaking your head slightly after Daniil played bishop b5. At that point, did you realize that rook b6 had been a major blunder?
Yeah, sure. I mean, of course, this is the line where you just cannot allow yourself to forget any kind of moves. You just have to know the moves, or it's extremely, extremely hard to defend. I mean, of course, we both know that if black plays perfectly, it's a draw, but of course, this is very hard if you don't remember the engine moves, and it's not enough to know like 20, you need to know more, yeah, this is the point, and then, yeah, I think it went pretty bad very fast, and this, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but this was my logic as well, actually, because yesterday was somehow pretty much the first time in my life when I looked at this line, and it's like always black has to play all the only moves. I looked at it, I thought, okay, give me a break. If the guy like knows everything and remembers everything, I mean, there is not much I can do. Yeah, I'm not capable of like recalling all the lines in this way, so I thought, okay, if he will do it, okay, I will deserve draw, yeah, but it's very tough for black, of course.
My last question for Daniil. With this result and taking into account that the other game ended a draw, you're tying for second place with Vidit. Do you think you're still in contention to grab the first spot in the group with two games to go?
I don't know. You're talking to a man who won the first game in like 15 or something, probably more. So I don't know what's my contest, but I mean, clearly I will try. Yeah, I'm not kind of a person who just sort of my calls the draws and call it today. Of course I will try, but I mean, clearly 11 is a very comfortable lead. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But his chances look pretty good.
Thanks for coming and enjoy your rest day tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. Even if, let's say,
that was that. So yeah, that interview is over. So let's see.
And speaking about the interview being over, some games are about to be over as well. Let's check. I mean, something has gone very seriously wrong for Lenier Dominguez, and that's an absolutely huge game. Wesley So seems to have a completely winning rook ending right now, and that a win with the black pieces here, as you mentioned earlier, will come very close to sealing the deal in Group D.
Indeed, yeah, and it's quite an interesting position. Both sides have their rooks on the 7th rank. I mean, white literally has them on the 7th rank, but black has them, so to speak, on the opposite, on the 2nd rank. So white has still some drawing chances. If he takes his pawn on g7, like let's make a random move. Let's say black takes on a2. All of a sudden white has a perpetual because he takes on g7, and wherever you go you keep checking. Like you go here check, it's a draw, and here you always just keep checking. So black will have to try to get out of that somehow. A way of doing so could be a move like king h7, and then if you take king h6, and suddenly the black king is breaking loose. You could play a move like h4, trying to take away the square, but black could still escape with a move like king h5. And given the fact that Wesley is already up a pawn, the nasty thing for white is that, let's say white makes a random move, like let's say white takes here. What black will always do is give a check, force the king here, and then take this pawn here. He's threatening checkmate, and if white goes here, now black is free to move again. He could take another pawn, and black should be completely winning this. So that'd be huge for Wesley. He would take a 1-point lead in the group, and I don't see him throwing that away with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe we can go back a few moves just to see where did this all go wrong for Lenier.
Yeah, let's have a look. So we last looked at the game a way long time ago. I think knight f4 was the last move we looked at. Knight g3, pawn takes d4, knight takes. He voluntarily gave up the bishop pair. Interesting decision. Pawn takes in d5, striking in the center. His idea is that if white plays a move like e5, he always wants to play something along the lines of f6, opening up the f-file and creating counterplay. But queen f3 was played by Lenier, queen f6. Bishop to d1, queen h4, bishop d2, c6, rook c1, f5. Nice move by Wesley. Ligne took. So here he gets the 2 bishops versus the 2 knights, but look at black's pieces. They're all very, very active. And queen g3 seems to be the mistake, because Wesley traded and then knight d3, forking the rooks, but Ligne still has bishop c2 and rook f2. This might be the move he missed, because white takes the knight here, but black takes here, and after this trade, all of a sudden, everything is hanging. Like, this pawn is under attack, this pawn is under attack, so Ligne went here, Wesley took the pawn, rook c1, but black just lands on the second rank just a bit faster, and Wesley should be, with king h7 has been played by Wesley, so Wesley's gonna win this game, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, and with that game, as we've mentioned, he is gonna take a huge step. He will be 1 point clear of Dominguez, and the other game, Hare Krishna against Shirov in that group, currently seems in the balance. So he could be 1 point clear of Dominguez and of Hare Krishna.
And as we speak, Hikaru is here.
Hello,
hey.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you doing?
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, maybe you want to go through the game real quick.
I mean, there's really not a whole lot to it. I mean, basically, what happened is that this whole variation. Apparently, with the computer, it's winning. If I play this move, what was it? Instead of knight b3, if I castle knight g6, queen e4, f5, if you get to that position.
Right.
Basically, knight takes f5, queen g5, king b1, queen f5, queen a4 is apparently winning. I mean, it's like +4 for a computer or something. And you know, I used a bunch of time. Actually, I'll let you get to that position. Yeah, I mean, basically, castles, knight g6, queen e4, and if f5, knight f5, queen g5, king b1, queen f5, queen a4 is just completely winning. But again, like, I spent a lot of time, and I actually thought this might be really good. King e7, bishop d3 is apparently just winning by force.
Right.
But like I said, over the board, I mean, it's very tough. Also, the situation and the event makes it a lot harder to play it as well, because, like, if I'm wrong, then I'm just going to lose the game. I'll be down a piece with very little. But yeah, after bishop d3, it's like completely winning. King e7, bishop d3.
Right, because if queen f4, you have this tactic with bishop g6, and somehow magically everything works out.
I mean, like, I actually saw this at the board, this position with bishop d3, but again, without knowing that it's like winning, it's very hard to play. Because, like I said, I am down a piece here, so if I'm wrong with my calculation, I just lose the game. And the tournament situation doesn't help because like, again, if I lose the game, then I've ruined the whole thing. So it's very I mean, it's very committal, and the problem is also if I don't take on f5, like after f5 queen d3, so f5 queen d3 e5, then black's actually just better. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Black has 2 bishops and black's better, so it's like, I mean, it's very tough. And I actually suspect that Etienne, I think he kind of knew that this was the situation, and he figured that I wouldn't play this when he chose to play this line before the game. Was that if I know that this position after knight f5 and queen a4 is winning, I go for it. If I don't, there's a good chance I play something else, and I end up in a lot of trouble, kind of like in the game. So, I mean, it was very tough. But what I did was actually worse, it turns out, with knight b3.
What are you saying? Did you feel you were in a lot of trouble during the game?
No, I mean, I wasn't really sure what was going on, basically. I figured it's even materials, so I should always be somewhat okay. There should always be some bailout. Also, by the way, there was another option here, which is why I used all the time, was instead of queen d3 as well. There's also knight takes e6 after f5, and that's probably just a draw. But I also didn't feel like that was the right decision either. f5, knight e6, queen d1, knight d1, fe4, knight c5, and I mean, white gets 2 pawns and a knight for the rook, and it should be enough to draw. But I also I felt like I should try, so that's why I played knight b3, which was probably quite a bit worse. But I mean, but again, the tournament situation makes it all very unpleasant, because kind of the thing is, if I was on say even, I think there was probably, I mean, 75% chance or greater that I either go queen e4, knight f5, or I play this line with knight takes e6, knight c5. But I mean, I wasn't completely sure, and I thought after knight b3 there were chances.
Yeah.
But apparently knight b3 is quite bad. I'm not actually sure why, but it wasn't great. But then Etienne played bishop a7, and he flat out blundered bishop takes a6, as he said in the interview afterwards. But it's still, I mean, very, very messy, very messy. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this game is like risk reward and figuring out when to take the chances. But yeah, it's just very, very tricky.
The chat is asking about a line which we looked at quite a bit after knight takes e5. They're wondering if you looked at knight d to b5 there.
Yeah, but knight b5, I mean, I think he can just take, and then after takes queen knight b5 takes queen e5, bishop d4. I also wasn't sure there how great that is. I mean, basically, the way that I would look at it for the people who are wondering is I was basically seeing what are the chances that I can win. Like, you know, some position like queen e5, bishop d4. I mean, or queen d4, sorry, as well. Am I ever really going to win this? I mean, if I'm going to have winning chances, sure, but I didn't really think I could ever have real winning chances. And that's kind of the biggest thing. If I felt there were real winning chances with a mistake, then I probably would play this. But I didn't really think that there were legitimate winning chances. So it's kind of, then it's like, why do you take the risk? Because if you're wrong and you make one bad move, you're just going to lose the game. So that's pretty much how it works out in my head.
We talked about this, of course, quite a bit in the final position where both of you could potentially step out of a repetition, but we thought for you it makes sense. Why would you take that risk? Were you surprised that Etienne went for the repetition? Did you expect him to play on?
I thought he would go for the repetition. I mean, I was also trying to make it work, but I mean, again, I felt like whoever chooses to deviate probably is going to be the one who ends up losing the game. I mean, I was trying to make this line with queen f3, I think, at the end work after bishop a7, but after queen f3, bishop d7, it's still, I mean, it's very messy, and I didn't ever see how I could win the game.
Right. Yeah.
And I know that with one blunder, I lose the game. Like, it's not just like I'm worse. I just lose the game with one blunder. So I really didn't see any reason to.
Yeah,
right
we
away,
just oh, yeah, go ahead.
Benjamin, the chat is asking, maybe we can put the other game on the small board to see, since things are heating up there.
Yeah.
Hikaru, after your game finished, do you take a look at how interested are you? How closely are you following the game between Grischuk and Esipenko?
Not really that close. I figure, you know, what happens, and who knows. But yeah, it was just like I saw. You can look at the position, but you have to focus on your own game at the end of the day, unless it's like the last round. If this was the last round or something, then maybe I make a different decision if the position is a certain way. But when I looked at their game very briefly, it looked pretty balanced. So, you know, if someone blunders, but there's nothing I can really do about that. So I didn't look too closely.
Yeah, and right now it's looking quite pleasant for Grischuk, but of course still a long way off a win.
He has the two Bs. Yeah, actually, now it's looking quite tricky. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I can't really control that result. Also, on the other hand, if I played on and lost the game and Grischuk wins, then I'm like, I'm really doing badly suddenly. So, I mean, it's always tricky knowing when you just go all in, when you don't. But as I said, if this was the last round and say the scores were even, I would have played it on. But at this point, like, it's just, it's what it is.
There's one more moment in your game that chat is asking about that we were looking at when you played h4. We were also considering knight d2 with the idea of getting castled.
Yeah, but I thought knight d2 there was I thought just bishop b8. I didn't really understand why it's so great. I mean the problem is basically I thought that if I don't provoke f5, he's just too solid. Like if I go knight d2 here, I mean, there are a couple things. First of all, there's bishop d4 also. I don't know if that's best, but bishop b8 or bishop d4. I mean, I didn't really see how I can claim much of an advantage here. That's the main reason I didn't do it. So I thought h4 was a better try. But h4, I mean, h4 f5 was great. And yeah, I mean, Etienne played all the best moves. I mean, there wasn't really much I could do, I don't think. But yeah, it was just a tricky situation. It didn't make sense to go insane. And yeah, obviously, I would have liked to have had more, but it wasn't there. And someone else asked a question. They're talking about my game against Magnus. I'm pretty sure that was a slightly different position, just like the game that I played. I mean, this G5, I played it in a slightly different position. I think against against Maciej, the Polish Grandmaster from the Olympiad in 2006 in Turin. But I think both those games were a slightly different position. I don't think it was not the exact position that I had in the game today. So it was a little bit different.
Right.
Yeah, we actually
that also
brought
came.
that up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, that actually also came to our mind. It was you played b5 in the game against Magnus, like b5,
right.
queen e2, and then g5.
Right, and I think that's what I did against Maciej in the Olympiad in 2006 as well, if I remember correctly. So it's slightly different, but that did cross my mind during the game. Both those games did pop up a little bit vaguely. So, but I remembered it was just a different position. So, because like that's the thing, like if I go to this position before knight f3, if you go back very briefly, if you go back, not forward,
Here?
back. Just go back to position after g5.
This one?
Yeah. So the point is, in the other order, basically there's a line where white can take on g5 and black has to take on e5. But the problem is if I play fg5 here, everything comes off on d4, and then after queen g5, you just lose the pawn on e5.
Right. Yeah.
So like I was just trying to sort of cross-reference the lines just to make sure that I couldn't get something similar. But then yeah, once I realized it just doesn't work, I mean there was really no choice but to play knight f3.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean it was it's kind of crazy, but yeah, I mean it was tough, but it's what it is.
Let me ask you, and we saw your interview with Dina where she asked you, will you be playing Title Tuesday tomorrow? And you said a lot of it will depend on what happens when I go back and I check the game with the engine. So you're back in the room now. I know not too much time has gone by, but what is your feeling now?
I mean, I'm not too upset. I mean, again, once now that I know that this whole line with this knight f5 queen a4 is winning, I mean, obviously I wish I had played it because during the game I had some suspicion that this was probably good, but it's just like considering the situation in the tournament where if I lose the game, I just basically ruin any chance of winning the group. I mean, maybe not any chance, but it becomes very unlikely. I can't really be too upset about that, but I am glad that I did see the idea at least, even if I didn't play it or I didn't realize how strong it was. So overall, I feel pretty good. I mean, it seems that like this whole bishop a6, g3, I mean, this whole queen g3, h4 was also just zero. So yeah, I feel pretty good about the game. But again, we'll see. You know, on the one hand, I mean, I want to play tomorrow. On the other hand, it feels like whenever you tempt fate too much, and like, for example, you're not serious about a tournament, bad things seem to happen. So I'm not so sure that I want to tempt fate. But again, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
I see one viewer in the chat is very concerned about what you're going to eat tonight and how serious you take all nutritional aspects during a tournament. Do you have a specific diet when you play, or do you pay more attention?
I mean, not really, especially now. I mean, with COVID being kind of a problem, just ordering like Uber Eats every night. That's it. So. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but I think actually for everybody here, they're actually being very careful. I think everybody's not going out and eating even if they can, simply because of, you know, you look at the last two major tournaments, myself and then Dubov both basically getting quarantined. Because of that, I think pretty much everyone is just like ordering the room service or just ordering like off of DoorDash or Uber Eats or something like that. But yeah,
yeah,
so
no, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of you pick something, but it's not like I have anything set at the moment. Just find good food and that's that. But definitely not German sausage. I had my curry verse the first day and I'm done with that.
Yeah, can always get some food and microwave it up, right?
Not really, not here. I mean, not here. We're in Germany. Come on, I mean, seriously. But yeah, no, I mean, I would say when I look at Poland or I look at this tournament, I mean, just ordering food and going from there, and that's that. I mean, come on, Benjamin, you used to live in Europe. You don't heat food up here. You get food properly ready.
But the microwave is a vibe.
I have one more question. Since you were saying once I check the game with the computer, then I'll know. How soon, when you finish your games, I know certain players want to immediately check with the engine and know sort of the truths of the position. What's your
Yeah,
strategy?
I mean, I think today's a little bit different, obviously, because tomorrow's a rest day, so there isn't the same kind of rush to look at the game, then move on to the next one. But normally, yeah, I would say probably as soon as I get back, I take a pretty quick look just to have some idea. And really, I think for me, at least when I look through the game, it depends on how difficult the computer lines are, because every game you're going to miss something for the most part. Computer will say there's something you could have done better. But when I look through it, like today, for example, I'm not too upset because the whole line with this Queen E4, Queen A4, I mean, like I said, at the board, I had some sensation that it probably was good, but without knowing, I think it's impossible to play. And that really feels like the only window that I had where I could have had something significant. So I'm not really too upset. And yeah, you just look generally right away and then move on as fast as possible. But tonight, of course, I won't look at chess for the next few hours at least, because tomorrow's a rest day.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, we'll leave it up to you. Do you want to just bounce or hang around, or?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna move along. I mean, like the thing is kind of I wish I had gotten more today. Like I think people could tell I was a little bit unhappy during the interview after the game, but it's just life. So yeah, I mean you move on, but it's still a little bit of a pity because I think I had maybe some chance today to do more, but I still am probably leading. Worst case, I'm tied for the lead. And if I look at the 4 games that I've played, I mean, I think about it. I mean, I treat it like I beat Bakrot with white and I drew everybody else, and I can't be unhappy with that. So it's definitely where I want to be.
And maybe just one final question before you leave. I know tomorrow is a rest day, and probably not too much thought has gone into the game with Grischuk that's coming up after that. But we saw Grischuk play the Prix against Bakrot, and he said, I'm going to take all that risk. What do you expect from your game with the white pieces against Grischuk? How much risk do you think he's going to take? Does it depend on his result? I mean,
it depends on his result today. I would say so. I think if Grischuk wins today, then everything's different, because that means Grischuk has white in the last round against Bakrot. And I mean, in this group, again, like I said, with all due respect to Etienne, of course he's a great player, but everyone does see him as the weakest player in this field. So I mean, you can't ask for a better last round pairing than white against Etienne. So it all depends on his result today, but you never know. So you just do some preparation for everything that could happen. But I do think that, of course, Grischuk, I mean, he got very lucky not to lose that game when he played it. So I think he's aware that there are some limitations or some margins and some boundaries that you don't really want to push or tempt fate too much by playing too far off the beaten path. But like I said, it all depends on what happens in his game today against Esipenko, and yeah, it's what it is.
So maybe just before we let you go, what do you make of the current position in their game?
I mean, it looks great for white unless I'm missing something. I mean, you just have... I feel like white's just winning almost. I'm guessing computer probably doesn't say it's winning, but this looks awful.
It's really good for white, yeah. Like E5 is always weak. I don't see...
Well, isn't the problem just knight F6 and queen D8 just go into the endgame, the 2 Bs? I actually don't.
The same.
I mean, maybe you're supposed to play like H6. I mean, I actually feel like Grischuk's just going to win this game. I don't think that's even a question in my mind.
I think so too. Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, for those of you who are saying like scary first mortals, I mean, Etienne's very strong. Obviously, he showed it today. But rating wise, like it's like every group has someone who's in the 2600s, and everyone tries to go after them. I mean, in the other group, there's Kamer. In the other group, there's Shirov, who everybody's been trying to go after. So, I mean, that's just the nature of such fields, really. Just how it works generally.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, anyway, I mean, I'm at least tied for first going to the rest day, and I don't know, maybe I'll go out. I've always been, I've read a lot, of course, history-wise about East Berlin and all this other stuff. So maybe I'll go out, see some of the landmarks, and go from there.
Well, yeah, you have, of course, tomorrow a rest day, plenty of options, a little tourism, a little preparation, a little title Tuesday, but we'll let you figure that out. But thank you so much for taking the time to join us once again. We always appreciate that. And as you say, at the very least, you'll be tied going into the last two rounds. So thank you so much for jumping on, and enjoy your rest day, and best of luck for today.
No problem. Keep up the great work, and I'll see everybody in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you,
right.
and we'll see you very soon. Have a good one.
All right,
Yeah.
see you guys. Bye.
Best of luck.
Bye.
All right, and we're back. So yeah, fortunately, we were fortunate enough to have Hikaru on for an interview. So let's see what's happening. So it's looking indeed pretty good for Grischuk. Let's see what other games.
While we were doing the interview, so Wesley So, as we were expecting, won his game against Lenier Dominguez, and Group C is over. Fedoseev is about to win his game as well against Aronian, but maybe, you've just thrown that on the small board anyway.
And we do have an interview with Wesley, so let's pull that up.
Good rest.
The will be aggressive.
Who?
The top best career serious. Like I can have my fears fully in.
Wesley, what is your biggest strength?
In chess.
Or in life in general?
Oh, in life.
Or both.
I think
Chess.
I think religion is one. I believe in God fully, in the Lord Jesus. Secondly, I have a strong family base. So I live in Minnesota. I've been living there for 8 years now, and they fully support me in my chess. My mom is here. She also works as my manager. So I feel that's very important. Like Magnus also, of course, has his family and team, and I think that's what keeps him going. And
in chess?
Yeah, and in chess, I like working hard in chess. I think my problem has always been consistency. Like I can have very good tournaments, but also very poor tournaments. So always the question is which one of me will show up. But generally, if I prepare seriously, I'm fully motivated, then I can do it. Like I don't mind working long hours, and having a chess career is not easy, but we've been doing it so long, and we're still doing it. But also, I'm worried about my ranking. Like I always want to be in the top 10, so this win today was pretty big actually, solidifying because there are so many good players these days.
Are there any female chess players whose games you like to watch or follow?
Well, Hui Fan was very strong. She's also around my age. I played her a lot, but now she's working on other things. Also, Judith Polgar was incredible. The Polgar sisters were definitely, they're just super aggressive, and the way that they turn is insane. So those two are legends, and remains to be seen who the next one will be.
Do you think if all the participants of this Grand Prix unite together, could they beat Alpha Zero or Stockfish in a match, or you decide the number of games?
Well,
is there any chance like this?
Without any engine use, yeah?
Yeah, just all of you against engine.
Yeah, first of all, depends which Stockfish. The problem is they exponentially increase every year. So I think we can beat Stockfish 10. I actually play online on Lichess, so I tried to play Stockfish. Like I can beat Stockfish 6, but Stockfish 7 is too strong. So
no chance against Alpha Zero?
That latest version, probably not. Probably the version 2 years ago, and if all the players, I think we have a chance. Also, we should get more time on the clock. That's very important. And then we can talk, and I think we have a chance.
Okay, then fingers crossed, and have a good rest tomorrow. Have a good rest day tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you.
Thanks.
All right, so that was the interview with Wesley. I think we haven't really missed an interview, right? So here we see Grischuk and Esipenko duking it out. He just traded on f6, but indeed it's looking very, very good for Grischuk.
Look at his times. Once again, time we saw already in their first encounter, Grischuk got chances. It was very different, of course, from this position here, where he just has a stable advantage. But we're only on move 23.
Mm-hmm. Right, and we see Hikaru in the chat. He's saying Lichess works, chess.com works. Literally nobody cares. Yeah.
Okay,
But in the meantime,
so, welcome back everybody. Welcome back, Jesse.
Yeah.
but in the meantime, yeah, it's looking pretty good for Grischuk. So Hikaru suggested. I mean, I guess if Queen D8 check here, Black just has Rook E8 to block, and actually White has to be careful not to hang checkmate in one move. So it's not that easy. Maybe a move like F3, but then he always has to reckon with E4. Grischuk only has 6 minutes for 17 more moves until the time control.
I wonder if those clock times are once again when they tick down on the clock. That's when it gets critical. I'm seeing 3 minutes.
You made a very good
elsewhere.
point. Yeah, it looked like Grischuk had 3.5 minutes as I looked on the live feed.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, I think 3 minutes. Just under 3 minutes now.
We might sort of see the same thing happening as on in the first round, where Grischuk gets his chances, but since he has so little time, he might not be able to convert. But let's see. I mean, 3 minutes is not a lot of time.
Also, I mean, okay, we have to do something right now about the mate threat on G2. You said F3. F3 is a move that somehow we always are kind of reluctant to play because it softens up the king's position. But do you think it's the best here?
Good question. Yeah, if he doesn't, fully trust F3 because of most likely E4, he could also just play Bishop F1. I guess Bishop F3 is not good due to E4, and there White is losing material. But let's see. It looks like he's about to move. I can tell from his body language, but he isn't quite sure what he should do here. I think he wants to make F3 work, but probably it's not easy to make it work move by move.
Yeah, I wonder if he will just go Bishop F1. Because, as you say, if you play F3, he has only a minute and a half on the clock. Suddenly, E4 might happen, and you have so little time to figure out the complications there.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, he still hasn't moved. I can't quite tell how much time he has. Esipenko, how much time does Esipenko have?
I'm seeing 1 minute 10 now. Grischuk about to drop under 1 minute. And still 17 moves to make. It's actually every day it blows my mind. We've been watching Grischuk for years and years. But every single time I'm like, why doesn't he play faster?
Indeed, yeah. Can't tell how much time he has, but I guess around 2 minutes at this point. You gotta go, dude. You gotta go. But he hasn't.
Yeah,
moved.
he has to make a move. Indeed, 30 seconds on the clock. And Bishop F1 has been played.
Yeah, Bishop F1 by Grischuk. All right. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, guys, yeah, this one is definitely going to be very, very exciting. We are going to be taking a very, very short break, but do not go anywhere, you guys. This one is heating up. Both players are getting very low on the clock. We will be right back, and with more action from the Grand Prix in Berlin. Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, things are heating up in Grischuk's game. He only has 37 seconds on the clock. What is happening in this game?
Are heating up for sure. I mean, almost no time on the clock, but also we see that the evaluation bar, which was liking his position, we were liking Grischuk's position. Hikaru for it was borderline winning, but once again, is the time, the lack of time, going to come and bite Grischuk?
I mean, yeah, you would think so. Computer saying Esipenko should just trade on c2 and follow it up with a move like Bishop c6. I don't quite understand why the computer thinks this is just equal. White still has the 2 bishops. Maybe a move like Rook to d2. But apparently Black is doing completely fine now. I guess Black's main problem is always the pawn on e5. So if Black just moves this knight somewhere and goes f6, he should be fine here.
So can we do that here in this position? Can we go knight d7?
Right, so knight d7 is indeed a good move. I guess maybe White goes rook d6, which is still a bit uncomfortable for Black. So maybe the move is knight e4. hitting the rook, and if this rook drops back, now we go f6 and solve this problem. And black should be doing quite fine. I mean, we can bring in the king next, and then all of a sudden this bishop on b2 is kind of dead. Black can also create his own counterplay with a move like rook to b8. And I mean, with Grischuk on only 37 seconds, that's not looking great for him.
And the big question, of course, right now for Esipenko, he also has just under 6 minutes, which seems a lot more than 30 seconds, but time ticks down so fast. We're still only on move 26 and a big decision. He decides not to trade queens, goes queen a5.
Queen a5, surprising decision. Maybe he feels like with Grischuk's time, he needs to play for tricks or something. We definitely thought that the queen trade was better, but Grischuk's time is ticking down very, very fast. Let's see. So here we have the
now
live
the question
feed.
is, can we somehow just consolidate as white, or how is Grischuk going to proceed here? Well, we'll find out soon in 8 seconds. Yeah. This is crazy.
Played rook to d1, a very logical move, because this rook would always be under attack. But I don't like queen a5 at all. Rook d1 looks like a nice move by Grischuk, maybe queen f5 in some positions, hitting this pawn. Trading the queens looked way more logical to me, but let's see what Esipenko wants to do here.
Agreed. I mean, I agree with you, especially the queen on a5 looks like it's positioned quite strangely. It does cover d8, so I wonder if Andrei's idea to at some point offer an exchange of rooks. The problem is e5 is still hanging, so we need to deal with that first.
Indeed, yeah, black just has some problems to solve here. Once again, it would be nice if black can somehow get the move f6 in, but that's not easy. Like, where are you gonna go with the knight? He would have to prepare it maybe with a move like bishop c6 and then knight d7. But I kind of feel like it's good for white that he goes bishop e4, hitting the queen. Now maybe the queen goes to d2 or to c3. Also in that line where we would trade the queens, we would force the rook away from the d file. But let's see what move Grischuk is going to come up with here. I think queen d2 makes sense.
Queen d2, and now why is it different if we swap queens now?
Right, so now the endgame is different, simply because the rook is on d2, not on c2. And this knight doesn't have a good square to go to. I mean, going to h5 is not ideal. Black really needs to get an f6 soon, otherwise his pawn on e5 is always hanging. But he just has some practical problems. Like, let's say, actually as we speak, queen c3 and queen b6 is on the board.
Yeah,
so let's see. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, queen b6. And once again, the question, how does white? We see the engine is going up again. It's liking what it's seeing, but Grischuk just making some, almost it seems like waiting moves. Bishop a1. What's the idea behind that?
I guess he wants to make sure that the bishop on b2 is never hanging. That's why he moves it back to a1. So let's see what Esipenko will do here. Once again, it's critical that he gets this move in. So maybe a move like bishop c6 or bishop f5, preparing to go knight d7 or knight e4 and then f6. And then his position shouldn't be too bad. But Grischuk only 36 seconds on the clock. He's played the move h6, making sure he can never get back rank checkmated. What will Grischuk do in this position? I mean,
funnily
there's no easy
enough,
moves.
h6 is the move that I was gonna say. If I was playing, I would just play h6, make sure I'm not gonna get back rank mated. And finally f3, but wow, it's not the right moment. I'm surprised by Grischuk's decision.
Yeah, so I guess Esipenko is gonna move the bishop. Bishop c6 makes sense, I guess, so he can always go to a4. Then he's also preparing the move knight d7 in some cases. Very, very interesting. We have an interview that we could pull up between of Grigori Oprim and Fedoseev, but we'll of course keep an eye out on this game.
Prevailed, but my first question is: So my next guests in the press conference are Grandmasters Grigori Oparin, Vladimir Fedoseev. An exciting game in Pool B. Vladimir prevailed, but my first question is for Grigori Oparin. Queen d3 seemed to be possibly a mistake. Did you consider, obviously, calculations in the line into the king c2 instead? And why didn't you play king c2 instead of queen d3?
I saw that I'm just completely lost at that point already. I mean, black just takes on g2. I don't know, maybe there is just some incredible tactics, but like I did not see anything. Like, yeah, I mean, that was just a blackout for me. I missed queen g4 as a move, and like until the last moment when Vladimir played it on the board, I just did not see it.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's go over to Vladimir. You've demonstrated other days your incredible calculation abilities. Did you consider the line with king c2,
yeah, for sure.
queen takes
After
d2,
king c2,
knight h4?
Yeah, for sure. Bishop h4, rook h1, very important move, queen f3, rook h4. This is the best try for white. White is still kind of in the game, but I can take on f2, rook h4, g4, and play queen f7, and I guess from this point it's maybe still close to over. And on queen d5 I have knight e6, so I should be in time to set up my my defense, and then I just will win because of many weaknesses in white position and weaker king, I guess.
Okay, a fine game that allows you to win another point in the group, and at the moment you're in the lead after 4 rounds with 2.5 points. Going to the rest day, how do you assess your possibilities for the last 2 games and to try and win the group overall?
Okay, let's see what will happen in round 5 and 6. Now we still continue game between Rapport and Wojtaszek, and maybe I will not be leader after this game, I don't know, but I check their position, it should be a draw, and I will tie first place with Radoslav. And as I remember in the rules, in case of tie for the first place, it's tiebreak anyway. So it's maybe not that matter for me. So maybe a good chance to play for a win and or tiebreak for me. But okay, I look forward for next 2 games, and I hope I will play better.
Enjoy your rest day, both of you, tomorrow, and we'll see you back in 2 days' time. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, you guys, just to make clear, like, I don't pull up the interviews, so stop complaining, you guys. Anyway, we still have the game here between Grischuk and Esipenko. We have more moves, but I think it's starting to look better and better for Esipenko. Now he has a chance to move this knight potentially and then get the move f6 in. I think it's looking okay for Black, and he has played the move 97 Grischuk with only 30 seconds on the clock. This could really go either way. What do you think?
Yeah, he really is consolidating. Finally, this f6 move might appear, but the pieces are regrouping, and it almost feels like a repeat. Once again, so often we see Grischuk he barely ever loses, but in this case, this could be the second time against the Esipenko that he feels like, if I had more time on the clock, the chances, of course, that he would convert would be much, much higher.
Yeah, so bishop c3 by Grischuk. So what should Esipenko do here? He could also always play the move e4, but I don't quite like that move, because white, I think, will just go f4, and upon e4 is more of a weakness, and it opens up this diagonal. So I think something like f6 makes more sense, and I can always come to b6. And black should be doing okay here. I mean, this bishop on f1 isn't doing too much. If the knight comes to b6, pawn on c4 can always be a weakness. So I think Esipenko should be doing more or less okay here.
Yeah, so knight b6, the move, one of the moves that are possible. What could be other ideas for black?
Yeah, good question. I don't really see any other plans. I mean, this knight just came from f6, so it's kind of silly to put it back there. I think just making a solidifying move like f6 always makes a lot of sense. But they are at move 33, so they're getting slowly but surely closer to the time control. I would think that if someone is better, it's probably still white. But I mean, the evil bar is showing complete equality, I guess, because this bishop isn't really too active and this bishop isn't too active either. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and well, we'll see if, first of all, if both players can manage to keep their cool and make it to move 40 without any major mistake. We are Still 8 moves away for Esipenko, 7 moves for Grischuk, and Esipenko has just got knight b6.
Knight b6, indeed. And for those of you who are wondering, we do try to, show our own ideas, but sometimes, of course, we also look at the engine. But yeah, just to clarify that, knight b6 on the board, bishop a5 by Grischuk. All right, so let's see. He's spinning this knight, so I guess now there's no easy moves. Maybe f6 has to be played at some point.
I was wondering about that. How do you determine f6? Because it's a move that you want to play in many cases, but I guess in other cases it might be a weakening. So how do you determine what the right moment is?
Yeah, that is a good question. I mean, I would guess that the move f6, indeed it does weaken the light squares around the king, but since the white bishop isn't really around, it shouldn't matter too much. On the other hand, white could bring out the bishop here, but then if he hangs the rook, there's, I guess, this. All very weird stuff. Well, the thing for black is I don't know what else he should do. I mean, he cannot move this queen because he has to keep defending this bishop.
Played king f8.
Oh, king f8. Aha. Wait, maybe he wants to go here and then sort of... He has a funny idea. Like, let's say white makes a random move, right? Like king h1. What he could consider is something like king e7, hitting the rook, and if rook d3, pawn to e4. And white always wants to respond to e4 with f4, but now the rook is under attack, and this trade is generally quite favorable for black, because now this bishop is quite active. So, king f8, definitely not an easy move to face in the time pressure, because this rook is actually kind of stuck there. He could move the queen. Actually, there could be a funny repetition. Let's say queen d1, black... Bishop a4 takes here, works, I guess.
This is really messy.
This could be a funny repetition. And queen e1 played by Grischuk. Let's see. For
bishop
Hikaru,
a4 is a crazy move.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just after bishop a4, let's just have a quick look.
Right. So after
what
bishop
happens
a4,
first of all? Yeah. Sorry, you go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So bishop a4 does not hang the bishop, because if you take the rook here. But actually, after queen d1, king e7 has been played on rook d1. Now Grischuk is definitely a bit better. Rook d8 by Esipenko going for the trade. Still looking very, very solid for black. I guess we will see the trade. Black can still always solidify with the move f6. c4 is kind of weak. But, I mean, if Esipenko wanted to make a draw, I think the move bishop f4 would have been quite nice. Because white has to go to d2, and then you can just go back if you want to.
Yeah, maybe it's a move that's not so easy to see with little time. But in this position, Grischuk, again, maybe the one who's slightly better, but I'm not too worried here, actually. I have to say, if we compare this position to what we had half an hour ago, it seems like the worst is over for Esipenko.
Indeed, and Grischuk made some quick moves, so we see that he has 1 minute on the clock here. That's definitely a lot more comfortable. Esipenko a little under 3 minutes. Let's see how Grischuk will continue here. Maybe a move like queen b1 makes sense to go for queen f5. Definitely still some problems to solve here for black.
What if white swaps queens? Is that a good idea, bad idea?
Well, he's played queen to b1. I feel like if white trades the queens, black really doesn't have much to worry about. Maybe black's even a bit better due to this weakness on c4. Black can go bishop d7, bishop e6 very quickly. And if white trades the bishop for the knight, then black is definitely better in the endgame. But queen b1 played by Grischuk. He's keeping the pressure on the knight, and also queen f5 is still an idea. So definitely still some problems to solve in the position here for black.
And black has to make 3 more moves to reach move 40 and get the extra half hour. It's not an easy... I mean, there's so many candidate moves here in this position that it feels like, okay, how do we go on about what do we want to move?
Yeah, I would think a move like f6 makes sense to solidify this pawn on e5. Queen g6 can always be met with a move like king f8. So that would be my choice here, just to solidify the pawns. And yeah, once again, white is a tiny bit better, but how are you gonna increase the pressure is the big question.
I have no idea. I mean, this bishop on f1 is still a problem. How do we activate that? Probably via d3. But even after that, it's still not clear. It has all these squares along the light squares, but not so much a concrete purpose.
Indeed, yeah. Since all the pawns are on dark shores, white doesn't have any real targets. And what black could do is go somewhere like bishop d7, bishop e6, and target this pawn on c4. So yeah, I think Esipenko should be doing fine here, but he's getting down to a minute as well. So yeah, 2 more moves for Grischuk to the time control and 3 more for Esipenko. These couple moves are going to be decisive.
I also see that the engine, as we said, we sometimes is suggesting a weird-looking move e4.
Maybe e4, but true, that is... Oh, and that's actually been played.
Wow.
But I'm not a big fan of this move. I think Grischuk is just going to go f4. This pawn on e4 feels more than a weakness than anything else, I would think. He could, of course, also take the pawn, but then he has the double pawns. And you would think that black should be fine one way or another. And f4 has been played by Grischuk. Yeah, I don't quite like this move. It looks more like a weakness to me.
On the other hand, does e4 not restrict the bishop from f1 even further?
Well, this bishop could always still move on the light squares. I felt like it was already quite restricted. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like with this pawn on e4, it's always a long-term weakness. But yeah, 1 more move for Grischuk until the time control and 2 more for Esipenko. Let's see what he will do.
Once again, the question is now the right time? You were saying earlier f6. Does f6 still make sense?
f6 still makes sense. Right, and then the question is, of course, how is white gonna proceed? Maybe white will then continue very slowly with a move like king f2. Maybe eventually try to get the queen. And actually f6 has been played. The players are listening to all of our suggestions.
I know, suspicious.
Yeah.
So this is move 39. One final move to be made from both players, and then they will get an extra half hour.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Grischuk will come up with. I don't really see a move that directly makes sense, but he can just slowly try to improve the position. Maybe he could try something along the lines of king f2, queen c2, and then g4, bishop g2 to target the pawn on e4. But black should always be in time to defend it, I would think. But yeah, and actually we have them on the camera again. He went for bishop e2. Okay, also a very logical move, proving the bishop a little bit. Now Esipenko has to make his 40th move. Once again, for Hikaru, the desired result is a draw here, because then he keeps his sole lead in the group.
Yeah, and I feel that a draw must be the most likely candidate, but this is a game that's gonna go on for a long time, I feel, with Grischuk. He's going to try everything he can. And it's also a position where he can move around and try for a very, very long time.
Yeah, for sure. With the 2 bishops, he can always try forever. Question is, like, let's say black can get very quick counterplay towards the pawn on e6, then black should be fine. But with the queens on the board, that's not so easy, because this bishop still has to keep defending this pawn on e4. And to be honest, I don't see an easy 40th move here for Esipenko. He's thinking about it right now, but of course there's also not a move that would blunder everything away, right? I mean, the position is fairly quiet. It's not like everything is hanging or whatever. So he should be able to make the time control quite comfortably.
Yeah, so as you said, there is probably no move to ruin it, and he's decided on king d7, so the time control has been reached. It's funny that king coming from g8 so quickly, suddenly f8, e7, d7, and I guess it's headed to the queen side.
Yeah, but I don't really know what he wants to do with his king over there, because also, like, in a potential endgame, maybe the white king can come up. I mean, this is all very hypothetical, but it feels like the king should have stayed on e7. I don't really know where he's going with
Is his
the king.
idea just to defend the knight and then activate the queen? Or?
That is a good point. Yeah, maybe he wants to move the king to c7 and then indeed the knight is defended, so then he's free to move the queen again. On the other hand, the knight is always pinned, right? So he's not attacking the pawn on c4 there either. But yeah, they've reached move 40, so Grischuk will probably now, get maybe something to drink, like some water or whatever, and then come back and think again. But let's see. So what other game do you want to have a look on?
Well, there's only two other games that are still going. We could start with the game from Pool B, Richard Rapport against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
So Rapport is probably a bit better. He's hitting the pawn on f7, which does not look very easy to defend. By the way, the players have also reached move 40 in this game, so they can start taking their time there as well. I guess maybe you just go rook c7 here as black to block the 7 rank, and maybe white is a little bit better, but it probably should be a draw. Like in the very worst case, like let's say this b pawn comes off and they go into a rook endgame, that should be a draw.
Yeah, it's hard to see how white is going to continue making progress here. I'm a little bit surprised that Wojtaszek, how long has he been thinking? 6 minutes? Of course it's move 40, so maybe the players are away from the board, but that he hasn't played rook c7 yet. Does it make a difference which rook we move to c7?
I don't think so, no, because after rook c7, rook a8 doesn't really make too much sense. Actually, like maybe you want to trade the rooks on c8 rather than on c7. That could be the only difference I could see, but shouldn't be too big of a difference. So yeah.
Yeah, so this one, most likely Wojtaszek will be able to hold. And then the last game that is still going is Hare Krishna against Shirov, with Hare Krishna having an extra pawn.
Right, so we left off in the opening. We have more developments. So everything went very quietly, and as you said, Hare Krishna won a pawn somewhere along the way. Shirov quite struggling in this group so far. So he took the pawn on c3, but white took the pawn on a6. So both sides now have a passed pawn. g6 by Shirov. But somehow things went wrong for Shirov. We saw a trade happening here. The a pawn definitely feels more dangerous than black c pawn. So Shirov blocked it. Then went for counterplay with f5. But it feels like here he just lost a pawn on e5. g6 is very weak. This looks very problematic for Shirov. I think he's gonna lose again. And if Hare Krishna would win, he would come half a point behind Wesley So. So that group is not over at all yet.
No, indeed, and well, for Shirov, a tough tournament, but Hare Krishna, as you say, really needs that win to keep up with Wesley So, who today, if you're just joining us, he won an absolutely huge game against Linier Dominguez with the black pieces.
Indeed, yeah. So I think Hare Krishna is gonna win. That will definitely keep that group very exciting. So let's see. So this game between Grischuk and Esipenko is still going on. So group C is already done, right?
That's the only group that is done for today, indeed, with Daniel Dubov getting a win over Vincent Keimer and Vidit and Aronian drawing their game. So Aronian maintains a full point lead. He's on 3 out of 4. And Vidit on Dubov on 2 out of 4.
Yep. So let's see. So only group. Okay, so only group C is done. Group A is still going on. This game between Grischuk and Esipenko. Group B is the game between Richard and Wojtaszek. I think after this win by Fedoseev, he's shared in the lead with Wojtaszek, right?
Yeah, so if Wojtaszek draws, then they will be tied in the lead.
Okay,
and
interesting.
if
Yeah.
Rapport can somehow win, then he will catch Fedoseev
Yeah.
in the lead.
And actually, talking about Big Fish, we have an interview with him. Let's pull that up.
Opening Spawn Cloud.
Camera, and later on, when the action will resume, we will come back.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Is there an opening that you would never play, or you would never play without being disrespectful to your opponent?
You mean which kind of opening? Spawn Cloud or yeah, whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I can play anything. It depends on the opponent. If opponent provokes me to play stuff like a6 rook a7, as Nakamura did many times against me in Internet Blitz, so I also can go crazy. No problems for me at all. But in classical chess, I would never ever play stuff like this. 100%.
Okay. What is your biggest strength?
I don't know. Maybe playing the close position.
And what is your biggest weakness?
I have no weakness.
Perfect answer. Have you ever fired a second?
What means fire?
Decided not to work with him anymore because he wasn't good enough.
Funny questions. I guess never. And I also can say that it's not often happen for me that I come to the tournament with someone else. So coming with a second, it's not useful situation for me. Not usual situation. Yeah. Sorry. And yes, never fire it up, but who knows what will happen next.
All right, so we'll tell your friend to be careful. Are there any, or is there any female chess player whose games you like to follow and whose results you like to follow?
Okay, I follow most of chess players who is in top 30, I guess, and I can say that I like to watch World Champion games itself. I also like watch games my friend Shahryar playing when he is in the form.
Wait, female chess players.
Among female chess players, who find for sure. Gulechkina, I deal with it on Super Final and I was not successful. Okay, so maybe that's all, unfortunately. But okay, so I think women have their own elite group players and they are more focused to look for women games instead of men. So I think you can forgive me this behavior to not watch women games so much.
We'll think about it. And is there any position or opening in chess that you would like to be named after you?
Actually, I think I just invented two openings in first d4. First one is d4 knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3, a6 with the idea of playing b5 on g3. It was invented on Super Final 2016. And I'm kind of proud of it. And then this idea with g5 that I showed to Ryazantsev and Yakovenko in the same tournament. And then in 2020, I guess I was the player who invented d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, h6 setup also. So I think at the current moment, I invested in chess already, at least something.
All right, thank you so much, and have a good rest day tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so yeah, this is a mouse look for wait, draw agreed? Okay, that's very good news for Hikaru. That's very, very good news. Why did they just...
That happened so... I mean, I think queen d1 was played, king e6 definitely didn't happen, but Grischuk just offering a draw after queen d1 check. I was so sure he was gonna press forever, but I was so wrong.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure that Hikaru must be pretty happy to see this result because now he stays in the sole lead. I think Esipenko played king e6. Grischuk felt bad for him. He's like, I don't want to win like this. Draw.
Voters Gambit declined.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems that my covert plan worked perfectly, so
I think what actually happened is that Esipenko played the move king e7. They agreed to a draw, and then he put the king on e5. It went through e6, so to speak. And White put his king on e4, and that's how the move king e6 came through.
My guess is that Esipenko didn't move at all. My guess is that Grischuk offered. We can still see that the clock is pressed on Grischuk's side. My guess is he just offered a draw, and then the king must have slipped on e6. So maybe sometimes the players start analyzing. But I mean, what a save from Esipenko, and fantastic news, as you say, for Hikaru.
Yeah, so that game ends in a draw. Hikaru keeps his sole lead. So let's have a look. We have 2 more games going on. We have the game between Richard Rapport and Wojtaszek. And then we have the game between... the other game here, between Hare Krishna and Alexei Shirov.
Where, by the way, the engine at least did not at all like... or at least didn't think that Hare Krishna's last move, Rook e4, was the best.
Rook e4 by Hare Krishna. Let's see. So it feels like... Wait, so after Rook a1, You could have just taken the pawn. I mean, Rook e4 is possible, but... I mean, let's say he takes, Black's gonna take on a4. I mean... Okay, not clear though, because I mean he's gonna start pushing the G pawn, the C pawn. And for those of you who tune in late, Hikaru did draw his game and he keeps the lead. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, maybe this is. I mean, it's easier said than done. That to take the pawn on G6 and be like, yeah, just take that pawn. Engine says that best, but of course having to deal with that C pawn is a lot scarier over the board. Why does the engine think that this position now is not as good anymore as it was?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, I think because Black is gonna go bishop e4 very, very quickly. And you do not have a move like knight c4, because then Black can take an a4, so I don't really see how White can keep this pawn on a4, and then it might just be like a 3 versus 2, which should be a draw. I don't really see how White can keep the game going here, to be honest. And as we speak, we have some sort of repetition here in the game between Rapport and Wojtaszek. So Rook c7 happened, Rook a8, Rook c8, Rook a7, and the Rook went back to c7. But maybe Richard wants to trade on c7 in this position and then go Rook f6. So it's hard to believe that White can win, but the idea is that he wants to put the Rook behind the b pawn. This pawn can... Oh wait, and actually as we speak we have an interview. It's... No. I thought we had an interview. Rook b6 by Richard. Then he can start pushing slowly on this side of the board, so might be still a bit better for White.
I wouldn't be so shocked. I think, yeah, absolutely, we could see Richard trying. I also wouldn't be surprised if they just repeat moves, in which case Wojtaszek will be tied. But maybe you're right, and Richard feels like he has to try. He probably doesn't have much to lose.
Yeah, I don't know what the so what is the group situation in Group B?
So currently Fedoseev is in the lead on 2.5 out of 4, but in either case somebody here will catch him. Very unlikely that someone overtakes him. We can't really see at the moment how Wojtaszek could possibly win, but if they draw, Wojtaszek catches him on 2.5, and if Rapport wins, Rapport catches him.
Okay, so Rapport, he comes on the same score. So Rapport right now is on 1.5 out of 3?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well then if you Rapport here, then I guess you're not too happy with a draw, because then with 2 rounds to go, you're behind. He kind of needs to win here, so he'll probably try to play on, I would think.
And just to answer Kazai's question, the last move was not played. Grischuk offered a draw after Queen D1, and in chess on these DGT boards, to signal the result in the end, you put the kings in the middle. So very likely the king just mistakenly landed on that square.
Indeed. Yeah, you put the kings on e4 and e5. So probably he played king e7, and then after that, oh wait, we have an interview. Let's listen in.
Alexander Grischuk and Grandmaster Andrei Esipenko. Oh. Alexander, so you spent again 40 minutes for your bishop e2 move. The position seemed very balanced. Is there anywhere with hindsight that you could have improved during your game?
No, I thought I was clearly better throughout the game. After we got the structure with dc5, bc5, c4, okay, maybe not much better, but I think clearly better. But then I got completely confused after queen d3. Andrei played queen c6, and I started to calculate some lines. But I will not say which ones, because if I say tomorrow I will not only have PCR test, but also psychiatric test. So at least then I played bishop f1, at least I'm still very solid, but then Andrei totally outplayed me. Very nice plan of bringing the king to the queen side, and I think after time control, I should just exchange the queens. I thought otherwise maybe I slowly will be even slightly worse, so yeah.
Okay. Andrei, a fine game by yourself. I'm sure you're happy with achieving a draw against Alexander. Do you think that this result puts you in good position for trying to go for the first spot in the last 2 rounds of the group after the rest day?
Yeah, probably, but I don't think about it. I just want to play, and I was worse all the game, and probably it's a good result.
Okay, were you expecting this line from Alexander in the game today?
No.
So he surprised you with his opening choice?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope you don't need psychiatric attention tomorrow, and enjoy your rest day. There you go.
Right, funny interview there. So let's see. So these games are still going on. Alright, so we put Rapport versus Void as second this board. So indeed, Rapport went for the trade and rook f6. He wants to put the rook here, and if Black plays someone like rook c5 to hit the bishop and the pawn, White always has the nice move e4. And this bishop on d5 is really what's giving White the advantage. This bishop on e8 is very passive, and then White slowly but surely can start making progress. So Void is not out of the woods just yet.
And I see, by the way, that Dania has just joined us in the chat saying, LMAO, I tune in, and the first thing I hear is, I hope you don't need psychiatric attention. It's very funny what Grischuk said, and I'm curious what those lines he was referring to. So for those of you who, like Dania, tuned in just at the end of the interview, Grischuk talked about that position after Queen c6, when Andrei is suddenly threatening mate, and he was saying, if I tell you which lines I was considering here, then apart from the PCR test tomorrow, I should probably also get psychiatric evaluation. And I wonder, we didn't see too many alternatives apart from f3 and bishop f1 there. So I'd be very curious to know what those lines that he was referring to are.
And indeed, big shout out to Dania. Grischuk's interviews are always hilarious, and Dania's impressions of Grischuk are pretty good as well. Thanks for joining us today. He's commentating starting Wednesday. Awesome. This game between Rapport and Wojtaszek is still looking a bit better for Richard. And in the meantime, do you think Hare Krishna has any realistic winning chances against Shirov?
As you were saying, I think of course he keeps some chances. Probably we might get into an endgame 3 versus 2, which, as you said, should be a draw, but he will try. He has to try given the group situation, and I think that game is probably going to continue for a while, but we all know what happened last time I said that. I said Grischuk, that game is going to go on forever, and it was drawn on the very next move, so who knows?
Yeah, I was quite surprised that Grischuk just offered a draw there. I thought he was going to push for a long time because, I mean, he also kind of needs to with the group situation. Now he's still half a point behind. So it's looking pretty good for Hikaru going into the last 2 games. This final game against Grischuk will, of course, be critical. But we... Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we are going to go on a short break.
Indeed, yeah, we are going to be taking probably our last break of today, but don't go anywhere, you guys. More action coming your way from the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, has anything really happened since we took the break?
Well, there's been a couple of moves, so just to remind everyone, only 2 games remain that are ongoing in this Berlin Grand Prix. Haru Krishna against Shirov from Pool D and Rapport against Wojtaszek from Pool B. And actually, there's been a couple of developments in Haru Krishna against Shirov, where it looks like Shirov might save this after all.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. Yeah, for Haru Krishna, I don't see how he can hang on to the pawn on a4. Let's say he plays a move like knight c6. Black might just have a move... Oh, wait, bishop e4 probably doesn't work, because if we take and black takes on a4, we probably have this intermezzo. And then we can move the knight afterwards. So that could still be, you know, a small problem for Shirov to figure out. But if he can somehow get this pawn on a4, it should be a draw, I would think.
Yeah, so that is the big question. How do we get to that point? So we were saying, so sorry, you were saying after bishop b6, so knight e6?
Right, so yeah, king g7, knight d3 was played, rook a3 by Shirov. He took the pawn, and now bishop e6 a nice move, because if you move the knight, you're going to hang the pawn on f2, and then the pawn on g3 also becomes weak, so knight e6 makes a lot of sense. Black probably goes to f7, and then, I mean, if king g2, rook a2, I think you cannot defend this pawn, and black should be able to draw, you would think, because if you go knight d4, then all of a sudden you hang this pawn, and this should be a draw. So, let's see, how do you actually keep the game going here for white?
I mean, it's really not easy, because if not knight e6, as you're saying, I mean, black is simply threatening the knight, and if you defend the knight with the rook, then you can just take the pawn, which, as you mentioned before, that 3 versus 2 in the rook ending, Shirov should be able to hold that without too many problems. So the first point is you need to make a move with the knight.
Indeed. And as we were talking, Wojtaszek played the move bishop b5, quite a surprising choice in my opinion. Richard played rook to b6 and bishop c4. So let's see, what happens if white takes the pawn on b4? Wojtaszek sacrifices a pawn here, but he probably feels like this should be a draw somehow, maybe with the king coming to d6 very quickly.
Yeah, so once again here we have a 3 versus 2, but this one is slightly different than what we could potentially have in Haru Krishna Shirov.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I guess he's just planning to go king e7 here. And if king e4, white stays up a pawn, but probably doesn't really have true winning chances. Or maybe in this position he wants to go rook c5 first, hitting the pawn. White has to go rook d4, and then king e7. This is probably a bit more precise. King d6. White can go king e4, but the king and the rook are completely stuck here, and black should be able to draw quite comfortably after someone like rook c2. So sometimes sacrificing a pawn and going for the active defense is better than staying passive and letting your opponent improve slowly.
Yeah, and in that endgame, I don't doubt that Wojtaszek would hold that. So actually a very impressive defensive effort, both by Wojtaszek and by Shirov in those 2 remaining games.
Yeah, probably we'll see 2 draws here. Actually, I was thinking maybe the one move Richard can try is king f4 right away, improving the king's position. I mean, if black takes and we recapture, this pawn on b4 is probably going to be lost anyway. And with the king coming to e5, this can actually turn out to be very dangerous for black. So king f4 might actually be a very nice try here for Richard.
So let's see, after king f4.
Maybe king e7 to anticipate, but maybe just continue with king e5.
Yeah, and suddenly that king is getting uncomfortably close. We also see that the engine bar has jumped up, so it looks like king e7 is not the way.
Right, I mean, if king e7 is not the way, this could actually still be very dangerous for black. I mean, once again, white's king is very active. You could play a move like b3, but once again, let's say white plays a move like, what are you gonna do? Right, you don't really want to move the king, because then you could allow white's king up. You don't want to move the rook, because then you allow rook b7. And we discussed this trade is always in white's favor. He suddenly has to pass d-pawn. His b-pawn is going to be lost. So Wojtaszek definitely still has a tough defensive task ahead of him.
And I see in the chat that Patty Frog is saying Pentala missed the win. We could check that. So I think once again it's not like, oh, there was a winning shot. I think what he's referring to is the moment when Pentala could take on g6, which I think was the biggest advantage anywhere. But it's not exactly like Pentala didn't see that move, or like it was just straightforward, winning in a straightforward way. But maybe we can go back there and have a quick look at that.
Yeah, I think we went over it quite quickly. Yet chat should have caught our intention. They should have yelled blunder. Then we would have noticed it. But indeed, in this position, knight takes g6 probably would have been better. White gets a 3 versus 1 majority, and the c-pawn is still not going anywhere, you would think. But of course not easy to evaluate. So yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what it was that Pentala, that Hare Krishna didn't like so much about this, and why he chose. I wonder if there was something here he didn't like, or if there was something in the game continuation which he missed. Because, and by the way, he has just gone knight f4, and my question is, why can't I simply capture the pawn on f2?
I think you can, yeah, just take the pawn on f2, and it should probably be a draw. White can still go knight e2 and hang on to the pawn on g3 that way, but now white is so passive he barely can move. The one thing you have to watch out though with black is that you do not allow rook f4 and hang your bishop. But I would think after a move like maybe even g5, right, stopping rook f4, it should be quite a comfortable draw, because white is completely stuck. Like, let's say go king g2, bishop e1, this knight is stuck defending the pawn on g3, this rook is stuck defending the pawn on a4. If you move the rook, probably black just goes rook e3, hitting the knight. We know that the knight cannot move, and if you move the king here, then you hang this pawn, and it should just end in a draw. And actually, Shirov has just taken the pawn. So if this game ends in a draw, then Wesley So will have a 1-point lead going into the final 2 rounds.
Speaking of ending in a draw, let's update the position on the main board, because that will end in a draw within moments.
Yeah, Richie did not find the move king f4 as we discussed as well. This probably would have still given white some winning chances, but after rook takes b4, Wojtaszek traded, rook c5, hitting the pawn. The only move to hang on to the pawn is the move rook d4, which was played king e7, d6 check, king d7 and king g4, but can't black draw already? Rook c6. I guess he wants rook to f4, and here black is not out of the woods at all.
Just
so
yet.
yeah. So, things might still be a bit tricky then, but maybe a move like rook f5 would be pretty clean, with the idea of f3, f6, and although after this trade you do not threaten to take here, so still some small problems to be solved for Wojtaszek, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I thought somehow that black was simply going to pick up the pawn on d6 and a handshake, but these positions, they seem when you're a spectator, you just think, oh, it's just a draw. And when you sit at the board, you're like, okay, I've better be completely precise here.
Yeah, indeed. That's always what these top GMs they do. They keep asking annoying little questions, keep posing small problems until you finally miss something. But I do feel pretty confident here that Wojtaszek will make the draw. The position is fairly simplified, but yeah, once again, this rook f4 is sort of the one thing he will have to keep an eye out on. But maybe it makes sense to, let's say he goes rook f5. If white plays a move like f4, then he could move the rook back and go rook c6 and gobble up this pawn, because white no longer has rook f4 available. So probably this move should secure him the draw.
I like your suggestion a lot, and well, I think we will stick around a little bit longer, maybe not until the very end in both games, but maybe we could quickly pull up the results and the standings of the two groups that have already finished for today, starting of course with Pool A, which is Hikaru's group, and the standings remain the same after 2 draws today. But Benjamin, 2 quite eventful games.
Yeah, okay, it's slightly scuffed. We don't... I could try to update this Okay, you all can do the math. Hikaru is in the lead. He has 1 draw, as we see here. He has a win, and then 2 more draws against Bakrot. So Hikaru has 2.5 points after 4 rounds. Then in shared second place, we have Alexander Grischuk and Andrei Esipenko, both on 2 points out of 4 games. And then in last place, HM Bakrot. Tomorrow, Hikaru is playing Alexander Grischuk with white pieces. I think if he wins that game...
Tomorrow is a rest day.
He's playing Grischuk tomorrow on Title Tuesday. Just kidding. Tomorrow is a rest day. But the day after that, he will be playing Grischuk with the white pieces. I think if he wins that game, he almost seals the group. And it will be interesting to see whether Andrei Esipenko will try to go for the win with the black pieces against HN Bakrot. So those are the standings in Pool A. Pool B is still going on, right, with this game between Rapport and Wojtaszek. So let's have a look at Pool C. Fiona, what are the standings there?
So in Pool C, Daniel Dubov won his game against Vincent Keimer today, but still Dubov and Vidit are a full point behind Levon Aronian, who's a huge favorite to qualify out of this pool.
Yeah, Levon looks very, very comfortable so far. I mean, he's won, I think he's won both his white games, drew his black games very, very comfortably. He has a 1-point lead going into the final 2 rounds. I believe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, he's playing Daniel Dubov with the black pieces, right?
That is correct. Sorry, who? Vidit? No.
No, sorry. Levon is playing Dubov, right?
Levon will be playing, I think, Levon will be playing Vincent with the black pieces.
Okay. So you'll be playing Vincent with the black pieces. Vincent having a tough event so far. He's on 1 point out of 4 games. But of course, the experience he's getting here is invaluable. But yeah, it's looking very, very good for Levon. I'm hard pressed to see him getting into trouble against Vincent. And then if he keeps a hefty lead going into the final round, then he can just draw it out with the white pieces. So those are the standings in Pool C. Pool B and Pool D are still ongoing. We could Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. No, let's go ahead and show those.
Yeah, so in Pool B, if we have a look at the standings, we see that Fedoseev is currently in the lead with 2.5 points. But this game between Wojtaszek and Richard Rapport is probably going to end in a draw. That would put Wojtaszek on the same score and Rapport half a point behind. For Grigori Operin, it's probably not going to be his tournament. He's on -2, so he's definitely not going to win the group. So those are the standings in Pool B. So Fiona, what are the I don't know, what are the premature standings, so to speak, in Pool D?
So in Pool D, we expect that Shirov is actually going to be able to hold his game against Hare Krishna, which means that Wesley So is likely to have a full point lead and, like Levon, be a huge favorite to qualify from this group, which, by the way, means they would be facing each other in the semifinals.
Sorry, wait. If Wesley wins, who's he facing in the semifinals? Levon?
Most likely, right?
So it's Pool D against Pool B. That's how it works.
I think that's what Creamsicle just wrote. I also didn't know, but I think Creamsicle was writing that Hikaru, if he qualifies, will play the winner of Rapport's group, which is Group B.
I mean, to be honest, he cannot complain about that A versus B, C versus D. I think that's in Hikaru's favor. Because let's have a look at, I mean, of course, it's way too early to start thinking about things like this. But Pool B, I mean, I don't know. The winner of that group, to me, doesn't look too scary. I mean, it could be Fedoseev.
Just to be clear, I think that is because the top seed had to drop out. Of course, the top seed there was Dingley Ren. Because now that group, after Dingley Ren dropped out, it's a lot more compact and they are missing this heavy firepower at the top. So for sure, yeah, great news for Hikaru.
Yeah, no, indeed. Of course, Fedoseev is a very, very strong player, but it's not the same as facing Levon Aronian or Wesley So, or who was the other leader of
Levon.
Levon, or yeah, it's not the same as Levon or Wesley So, right? So, but Hikaru would still have to win his group, of course. So, but yeah, with all that being said, and then let's go back to the game. We have more moves. So let's see what has happened. So Fedoseev played the move Rook C1. His idea is to mate Rook F4 with Rook G1 check, and the king simply cannot keep defending this pawn over here. If you go King H4, he will keep checking over here. King G4, Rook G1, and it's just a draw. So instead of all that, Richard played King F4, but now he went Rook E1. And actually Black is trying to go Rook E6 and take the pawn on D6 that way. So it's just going to be a draw. And there's nothing really that White can do here.
Yeah, I mean, this Rook E6, Rook D6 idea, it's hard to see how you can stop that.
For sure. And so I'm pretty confident this game is going to end in a draw. The only, I mean, maybe Hare Krishna has some very small chances, but in the current position, he just doesn't have a move. Bishop E1 was played by Shirov, King G2 and H5. And yeah, everything is sort of stuck defending what it's defending. I mean, this knight has to keep defending this pawn on G3. The rook cannot allow Rook E3, which would be an immediate draw, but it also has to keep defending the pawn on A4. The king has to keep defending the pawn on G3. So Shirov could just, you know, shuffle the king, and there's really nothing White can do in the current position.
Yeah, I think this one will be a draw very soon. As you're saying, there is just nothing Hare Krishna can do without one of the pawns dropping. So after he has decided to go for G4.
So he's played the move G4. Now, if you're defending, it's always good to get more pawns off the board, because the less pawns on the board, it's more likely that you'll get, let's say, something like Rook and Knight versus Rook, which is a draw. So Shirov doing a good job defending that endgame. In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Rapport and Fedoseev, but can he not just take the pawn on D6 in the current position? That should just be an immediate draw. Yeah, I guess this game is going to end very, very soon. Rook takes C6 should just be an immediate draw.
Yeah, let's have a quick look here. What is the best? Is there any tries you can have in the pawn ending? Or Black always just comes back in time?
Yeah, I don't think White has any realistic chance here. The only way White could win is if, let's say, Black goes insane and does something like F5 here, right? Because then after King E5, all of a sudden you're lost. So White could only win if Black tries to lose, but if you just go, let's say, King D7, King E5, King E7, this game is just gonna end in a draw. I don't know if Richard even... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. If Richard...
Even offered a draw after the move f3 because rook takes d6 looks pretty obvious, but maybe he's just making sure the endgame is a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is probably he didn't offer, but Wojtaszek is just checking now, because if he had offered, we would have seen a result already, but Wojtaszek has just captured on d6. King e4 has been played, and I guess Wojtaszek can simply swap the rooks.
Yeah, the game might have already ended in a draw, you know, that's why maybe the king is on e4, and then the black king will place itself on the e5 square. Would be a nice gesture of Richard to play king e4, and then Wojtaszek places the king on e5, you know?
I like that. Yeah, this game, so we don't know, well, we don't see a result just yet, but if it hasn't ended in a draw just yet, it will within seconds. I'm with you. I think very likely this game is over, which means that Wojtaszek and Fedoseev will be the joint leaders in this group going into tomorrow's rest day.
Yeah, once again, I think that's good news for Hikaru. I think someone like Rapport would be more dangerous if you would face him in the semifinals, but I think he has pretty good chances if he would face, say, Wojtaszek or Wojtaszek or Fedoseev.
Yeah, I think Richard, well, of course, Richard, the highest rated player in this pool. And he will be playing white against Oparin the day after tomorrow, so he'll definitely be looking for a win there. And Wojtaszek, with the white pieces against Fedoseev, potentially the group could be decided in that game, which will be very, very interesting to follow, of course.
Yeah, in the meantime, Shirv has played the move King of 6, and maybe white can play a move like Knight f4 here. The pawn has moved to g4, so the knight no longer has to protect that, but it should still be a draw. Like, let's say we move the bishop to d2, for example. I mean, white can give a check, but after king g5, how are you gonna make progress in this position, right?
I am not.
Yeah.
I guess.
I just don't see a way here for white to make progress. Hikaru has already played Bakrot. That game ended in a draw, but he's still on the sole lead.
Yeah, of course, we shouldn't jinx him. But he is, as Benjamin was just saying, in the sole lead. Of course, two very important games still to come. 2 days from now, Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces against Grischuk, which will be, I'm sure, a very, very entertaining game. When Hikaru joined us, we talked about what is Grischuk's approach going to be. Of course, that depended probably on today's result, but with today's game ending in the draw, it's much more likely that Grischuk will play something a little crazier and be willing to take more risk, even with the black pieces.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, normally, I mean, Grischuk would probably try to play solid against Hikaru with the black pieces, but indeed, given the fact that Grischuk is half point behind, that might make him take a bit more risk. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Grischuk still has, of course, the white game against Bakrot in the final round, but I mean, you can't let everything come down to the final game.
No, for sure. I think it will be once 2 days from now in the evening when the round is on, we'll see a lot more clearly into what's going on. And by the way, the game between Richard Rapport and Wojtaszek has officially ended in a draw.
Yeah, that game has ended in a draw, so let's pull up the standings there real quick to make it a bit more clear for everyone. Let's have a look. That's Pool B. So in Pool B, if we have a quick look at the standings, we see that Radoslav Wojtaszek and Vladimir Fedoseev are shared in the lead with 2.5 points out of 4 games going into the final 2 rounds. Rapport is half a point behind them. He still has a chance, and once again for Grigory Oparin, he doesn't have a real chance anymore of winning this group and moving on to the semifinals.
No, but this really one of the closer groups with all of the top 3 players still in with a realistic shot. So we'll see what happens there in 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, there's still an interview, by the way, with Dina and Dubov. So let's try to pull that up.
That's impressive, you know.
Just saying that you do it.
Hopefully, everything's gonna be restored. We will have an interview of Rapport and Wojtaszek, and then we'll be back with this last game remaining.
We're live. Okay. Daniel, you're well known for your passion to sports. You say that you do it because it makes you feel better, that you used to do it when you were young with your coach. How many chin-ups can you do at the moment, approximately?
No idea, actually.
There are so many videos of you doing those, so like, what is your form like right now? Like, you can just say any random number.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, honestly, after WIC, in general, I just played WIC. In WIC, you switch for like destroying your health instead of improving it, you know. So before WIC, the numbers were pretty high, but now I'm afraid it's less impressive, you know. You just need to drink less and work out more, probably.
And if they ask you to do them in a mask, would you agree?
Probably not. Even without a mask, probably I would not. So that's an easy one.
All right, next question. Have you ever fired a second?
Fired? It depends on what you call fire. Okay, let's go for it. Yes, many times.
Perfect.
No one can stand me for more than 2 years. Yes.
Is there a position in chess, a gambit or an opening that you would like to be named after you?
It depends. Yeah, but there is this Dubov Tarosh. Yeah, I think people call it Dubov Tarosh already. So these terms I'm satisfied. I think this was basically, clearly I was not the first player to come up with it, but I was probably the first to play it at a high level after like so many years. And I was also proud, like now all the engines say it's perfectly fine, but when I found it, the stockfish was screaming like 080, and like people were calling me idiot and so on. But it costed me, it did cost me somehow. It's like people know that even if I'm not prepared, you can just play this line, and normally I just go for it, and then I regret it somehow. But like you got to protect your baby or something. So yeah, that's how it was.
And what is the most important quality in women for you?
It's probably that I should feel good next to her.
Okay, and wait, there was something I forgot. Let me check my notes. It's a very big pressure, be standing next to you.
The second thing is actually not to be a professional chess player, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah,
wow.
Preferably, yeah.
Okay, that is very important. You are very popular on the chess scene. Your name is. Everybody knows your name for your personality, first of all, and I was wondering, are there some people that inspire you to be who you are?
It's like everybody and nobody, yeah, but sometimes you just look at some giants of different kinds of sports and you think, yeah, these guys are actually cool. For instance, actually, recently there was this like very emotional speech by Daniel Medvedev, who seems to be a very nice guy. I don't know him in person, but he seems to be a very nice, sincere guy. And there was this speech after he lost this Australian Open final, where, he said many things about pretty much like stupid followers, haters, and so on, and I felt like, actually, I think pretty much the same. It's nice that someone can just say it openly for such a big audience. Sometimes people, like if we're talking chess, of course there is Boris. When you look at Boris, you don't need any more inspiration. Yeah, he's like always working on chess, no matter what his multi score is and so on. So it's just when you feel sort of tired or lazy or something, just look at Boris. Boris is always there working on chess. You're just okay. I have to do it as well, probably.
That's very fair. What do you think about MVL's new hairstyle?
Is there one? I mean,
He's recently dyed his hair in pink.
how do they say it with what's it called? I do not remotely care. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. This,
Okay, do you care about Magnus being with beard or without beard? Or how do you prefer? Just your taste.
I do not. So, no, I actually don't care. But the fun part is that actually, I mean, when you look at him at the training session, he's like, I would say, less handsome. So, just like without all these people who make him perfect, both in chess and the way he looks, he's just a normal human being. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Dania,
Thanks.
and good luck in the following games.
Thanks.
All right, you guys. So, yeah, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, he was referring to Boris Gelfand, former World Chess Championship contender. I think he played the World Chess Championship when he was 44, so very impressive that he rose to the top at a later age.
For sure. I mean, those interviews, I think Dina doesn't have an easy task. And I was saying, I saw that Crucicle, indeed, her perseverance in the face of those situations is really, really impressive. Dubov, not the easiest man to ask these questions. Meanwhile, only one game remains. We probably won't stick around until the end, but we will wait for Rapport and Wojtaszek, who I'm sure will show up to an interview very soon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but on the other hand, she is she does come up with the questions herself. So, but yeah, her interviews are definitely pretty funny.
They're definitely different to the interviews where just hear moves being rattled down.
Yeah. This game between Hare Krishna and Shirov is still going on, but probably it's not gonna keep going. I mean, Shirov still has some work to be done, but I think he should be able to make the draw quite comfortably.
I agree with you. I mean, this one here, it's just as you're saying, the problem as white is to make progress, you have to eventually push some of the pawns, and it's just very hard to see how that could possibly be achieved.
Yeah, for sure. Bishop a5 played by Shirov. But yeah, I think this game is just gonna end in a draw.
Would prefer an interview with the microwave.
Interview with a microwave? Maybe we could talk about that sometime.
There's no sight yet, I guess, of Richard and Radoslav. As Grischuk, not Grischuk, sorry, Shirov has just dropped the bishop back to a5. And I mean, it's a frustrating moment, of course, for Hare Krishna, who was definitely much better. And for him to not convert here is also a big problem with regards to the tournament standings.
Yeah, but yeah, well, we'll see how much longer this game is gonna go. But I think we are gonna be calling it a day pretty soon. It's still looking pretty good for Hikaru. He has half a point going into the rest day. Whether he'll play Tile Tuesday tomorrow or not depends, on how he's feeling, how his energy is. Of course, that game against Grischuk is going to be very, very important. I think if he wins that one, I give him like a 90% chance to win the group. But let's say that game ends in a draw. It's still, anyone's group to win. So it's going to be very, very exciting in the final two rounds.
For sure. Remember, tomorrow is, as Benjamin said, a rest day. We will only find out at the time if Hikaru plays or not. Probably a spur of the moment decision. But Benjamin and I will be back here with you guys 2 days from now. Same place, same time, with the very, very exciting last 2 games of this pool qualifiers.
Indeed, yeah. So big thank you to all of you guys who are watching. Thank you to you as well, Fiona, for being
Thank
such
you,
a wonderful
Benjamin.
co-host. And we look forward to seeing you all on Wednesday when Hikaru continues his quest to the Candidates Tournament.
For sure. Thank you so much for watching today. You guys are the best. Stay on for the raid. We will go over to Benjamin. Appreciate the support as always. And I will see you 2 days from now. As I said, do stick around for the raid and see you guys on Wednesday.